Okay. Supposed to have a coaching session here. Looks like there might be a tad bit of an issue connecting to the student, so let's try to figure it out. What's up, Peter Tayton? Peter Tayton? How you doing, man? Hope all is well across the water. Yeah, all's good here. Was having a bit of a rough week streaming, but had some nice kind of like reflection and evaluation of what I wanted to do differently, and I figured out some nice stuff. Wow. What is saved by Goodbye Llama there. Oof. Oh, he really didn't want to BKB that, huh? Wow, really did not want to BKB that. That was crazy. Hydrate. I feel like Centaur is really good at stat stacking and playing around his shard. What items would you go for that? Like, what is your go-to build? What's your aim for stacking with it? Because I don't know exactly what your build-up is to know what to say is the reason people probably don't do it. We've got a bald Centaur. Probably needs a lot of net worth. I mean, it just boils down to what is his build-up? Like, how does he get there? Because obviously, one of the most important things in Dota is that you factor in, like, every stage of the game. And that there's no point in the game where you're so weak or vulnerable that you can't, make make it past that portion of the game. So I don't know what his build is from minute, 5 until 25. Okay, we're going to start our coaching session. I feel like it's really difficult to see things on Metafy. I'm like kind of annoyed actually. Oh, there's his fucking. I see. Yeah, okay, I see his username now. Okay. Hello? Hello, checking 1 2 3. I don't hear you there. Dopey, I think is his name. Yo, Dopey, I can't hear you, just so you know.
Hello.
Oh, hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, I can.
How you doing, man?
Good. You?
Yeah, not bad. What, I saw that you were a
Thank
carry
you for
player. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
You were gonna say thank you or something?
Yeah. I was gonna say thank you for adjusting to the schedule and all that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, you pointed out, you were actually the one that helped show me that for some reason my calendar was conflicting with itself. So, I guess, the thanks is mutual. But yeah, man. So I saw that you were a carry player, and I didn't see your MMR on there. So what's approximately the MMR?
To be exact, it's 6,638.
Okay, so pretty high. And why did you want to sign up with me for coaching?
Just wanted to improve my laning phase because I'm like a very seasonal player. I don't play consistently.
Okay.
So I feel like I'm below 6-6 right now. I feel trash.
Hmm. You feel like you're getting like lucky to win your games, or what makes you feel like you're below?
I feel like I can't lane properly, or I can't what do you call this? And like when I try to catch up, like I'm having a hard time like farming the side lanes and like maybe item choices and stuff like that.
Okay.
So those are like that's my dilemma now. Yeah.
Sure. And you signed up for a few sessions, so what was your plan in terms of, did you want to do like every week, every 2 weeks, every month? Like, what was your general plan? There doesn't like have to be a plan. I'm just curious if you did have one.
Yeah, I was thinking every week, so like I wouldn't get so rusty, if that's fine with you.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I was just curious what I like to know how long I'm sending you off for approximately, because that can give me a better idea of
Yeah.
what we want to do today. Okay. Do you have a replay in mind that we can watch so I get a good idea of what we're dealing with here?
Good, like a replay of my game.
Yes.
I don't have any specific, but maybe I can try to hold on.
Let me check. Yeah, the goal of every session is to have did you have a different idea of what you wanted to do today for your coaching?
No. I'm really like open to like with what you're like gonna suggest or something like that. Like I'm really like open.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the
Yeah.
goal for me
I
generally
thought
is
like I
that
was just gonna watch you play and
oh,
yeah.
no, I mean for me, yeah, sorry. I always perhaps assume too much that people have like watched a lot of my sessions and stuff. In all my sessions, most
Yeah.
of the time, the default for me is that I see what you're doing and ask you about your decision making and you know, try to get a good idea of what drives you, what mistakes you commonly make, stuff like that, so that we can give you feedback.
Yeah.
That would be my default. Um, but if you'd rather like watch me
Okay, I
play
get
and
it.
ask me
Yeah.
questions, I can do that. I could try it, but I'm not very refined in that for sure.
Okay.
Are you fine to try out a replay, or what would you like to do?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm not sure which one to pull up actually. Do you want the like the most recent game?
I'd
I
say
just
the
played
most
one actually
recent
before
game
we
that
got on
wasn't
call.
like a 20-minute stomp. I think anything that's not a 20-minute stomp is good.
Okay, let me check. Hold on.
It has to be within the last 7 days, though. Otherwise, I can't download the replay.
Okay. Just launching Dota now.
No problem.
What time zone are you in?
CEST, Central European Time.
Oh, okay.
I'd say the main reason that Ricky's bad in the Immortal bracket is because he doesn't really do any of the crucial things in the game that most carries do, like take Torment. Or I guess he kind of takes Tormentor, but more so buildings and high ground. I think is a huge part of a carry not being able to do that. He doesn't have ever the ability to end the game, really.
Here, I'm downloading a replay now.
You don't need
How
to
can I
download it. You
like
just need to copy paste me
like
the game ID.
okay, hold on. Match ID is 85. Here, I'll just
Yeah,
copy it.
copy paste it in here if you don't mind.
Here,
Thank you.
there.
I shared my screen with you
No
on
worries.
Discord so you can see what I'm looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so who are you? You're the jug here. Okay.
Jug, yeah.
So, do you have
Okay, so who are
any
you? You're the
specific
jug
thoughts
here.
on this game in regards to like what you think went right or wrong? Anything like that?
I just felt like I lane bad. I felt like I lane bad, then I couldn't catch up as well as the opponent carry.
Hmm.
So yeah, then maybe also some in like indecision makings for, and I got my Butterfly pretty late. I'm sorry, Battle Fury, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, we'll check it out. Taking a little while to load.
Yeah.
Yeah, for future sessions, since you have a few more coming, I can help you more whenever you have a replay already sent to me ahead of time. Like, you can just send it to me on Discord. I'll download it before the session. And, yeah,
Okay,
it'll just
got
help
it.
both of us get more out of the time. So, just for future reference.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Let's check this out here. So, you're against probably, like, Phoenix Shadow Demon or something like this.
Yes.
Maybe Phoenix Clockwork. I'm curious what the reasoning for leveling spin here is. Or are you planning on going on him here? Is that why you leveled spin?
Yes. I was planning to, like, if the team would jump, then I would probably like use spin, like if everyone was together. Like that was like my thought process there.
Gotcha. So my immediate question is, what's the goal of auto-attacking the wave like this?
Sorry.
Like, what are you trying to do by auto-attacking the wave like you just did? Like, you walked up and just started attacking it. I'm curious what your thought is.
I wanted to maybe like get the CS as quick as possible because I hate going against Phoenix like personal because like it slows down my attack speed and all that. Then I have like a hard time what do you call this, like last hitting.
Yeah. I'm trying to understand, like, why killing the creeps faster prevents that. Like, can't he fire spirit you now?
Oh yes, yes.
I'm wondering,
So what
like,
do you suggest I would do here? Like
so I think one of the first problems, not the problems, one of the first things I try to do with all of my students, I actually need some context. How long have you watched me for? Or, like, what made you choose me as your coach? Like, I
um
understand what you're trying to get out of the sessions, but why did you choose me as your coach?
actually I've started watching you since last year.
Okay.
So my friend from actually I'm from the Philippines. My friend from the Philippines told me um that you were a good person to approach for this, and like I had like no time to like try and like sneak in sessions. So like now like
Okay.
I've I found some free time and I've yeah. So I
Gotcha.
went out and
So it was
reached
off
out
of
to
a
you, yeah.
friend's recommendation that you chose to come to me for coaching?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So a lot of times when I am coaching my students, the first thing I try to understand is why you're doing what you're doing. Because I think the why is way more important than what you're doing. So one of the first realizations I usually have when I'm coaching somebody for the first time is that when I ask them why they're doing what they're doing, a lot of the time they don't really have quite frankly like a good answer. Like, they don't have like they're not like intentional about what they're doing. They're not consciously choosing doing this over something else. Like, my best explanation would be if I told you that I was hitting a creep wave here, I'd be like, well, my intent is to push the lane into this hero because it's going to be weak level 1, which is going to set up but they have a really strong level 2, and that's going to set up Lion to deward the pull before the minute mark, and that's going to allow him to pull at 115, and that's why I would push the wave. Like, I would be able to give you a very specific reason why I'm hitting these creeps, because I don't consider it default to walk up to the creeps and hit them. So it's not a matter of the
Okay.
right or wrong answer. It's more like I want to know, is it default for you to hit creeps? Is it because like when I challenge your explanation of the guy being really hard to CS against, I don't think hitting the creeps makes it any easier to CS against Phoenix. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm really bad. Like I mean, like I really autopilot a lot. I think that's the best term.
Okay. That is very common. I would say it's
Yeah.
incredibly common in Dota, especially because people have been playing the game for quite some time. A lot of people. And so I think the most powerful thing I can give anyone in your situation, like in my experience, out of my coaching sessions is to get you to stop autopiloting. Because if you autopilot,
Okay.
you're not really going to meaningfully improve at anything you're doing, whether it's Dota or literally anything else. So, um, I always try to find the right balance between annoying you, meaning like I'm asking you about every single decision you're making. So, without like, basically, we don't want you to think too much during the game, but we want you to think a little bit more than you currently are. And that's how we can give you MMR. You know what I mean? Get you thinking about some things that you're not currently thinking about. So I guess this is just a first question. I don't have too much to say based on this right now. I don't want to overanalyze before I haven't seen more of your gameplay. So I guess all I'm trying to say is moving forward in this session, I'm going to try to think of, based on what I see and I ask you, I'm going to try to think of one or two things for you to focus on in your games for the next week that you previously were not focusing on, that I think will help you. Does that sound good?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm not gonna like hyper analyze this first wave. Let's just, I usually when I see something I don't understand, I'll ask immediately. But I also think the relevance of this particular thing is not that massive, so I don't want to focus on it too much.
Okay.
Okay, so it did help give me a glimpse into your thinking and all that. Okay, so oh yeah, the mischance quite annoying there. You're gonna pull into. Okay. I guess my question is, what do you want your lion to do for you in this lane?
Um,
I guess
I wanted him to
specifically
help
regarding
me
pull
like
camps.
keep the yes.
Sorry, go ahead. Go and give the answer you were gonna give.
Oh yeah, sorry. So I wanted my lion to like give me like a better creep equilibrium. Like I wanted it to be like lower, like instead of going further, because
Yeah.
like I was afraid to get harassed.
Yeah.
Technically, yeah.
Okay. Are you looking to be aggressive at all, or
Yeah.
are you wanting to play the lane pretty chill, play for farm, play for pulls? Like what are your thoughts?
I can be aggressive and push them out the lane by using Q because I think the Phoenix's like skills wouldn't matter. But after my first skills on cooldown, like I'm pretty much useless after that.
Hmm. I see. So out of curiosity, like, do you want him to pull right now at 217 or no? Like, if this pull camp was here, which it
Yes,
is, do you want him to pull? Why or why not?
yes, I wouldn't have wanted it to pull.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking these type of questions,
Yeah,
first off, it's even more important because this is your party queue mate. So I want to know, like, you know, if you want him to pull here, why is he not pulling?
yeah.
Do you like?
He told me like sorry, go ahead.
Go no, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I was telling him to pull while he can. So I don't know, like so like I didn't really bug him so much because like we're
You cut out a little bit. I can't hear you. Not sure what's going on. Give him a chance to like reconnect or something. Looks like he like lost internet or something. Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello?
Yeah, sorry. I disconnected.
All good. Shit happens, I know. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So my question earlier was, if you want your teammate to pull, why is he not pulling, basically? Because he's your friend. So, like, it's not like a random
Yeah,
pubber that you
so
can't
I
communicate
so
with.
I told him like I wanted him to pull.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I told him I wanted him to pull, but like if he can't like if he like misses his timings and stuff like.
I lost you again.
Hello? Sorry?
Yeah, you said
Can you hear me?
if he misses his timings and stuff, is what you said.
Yeah. I don't really push him to do more things for me because actually we're not so close, but he just like hit me up if he wanted to play, then I just like hopped in a party with him.
Hmm.
So like I generally tell him like what I like at that moment, but I don't really push him to do it.
Okay.
Like if you get what I mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I guess my immediate thought is I'm not going to tell you who or who not to play with. I do believe that if you're playing in party queue with somebody, that they need to be equally trying to improve as much as you are. So if you're trying to improve drastically with these coaching sessions, unless you're either solo queuing or party queuing with somebody who cares to improve as much as you care to improve, I don't think it's going to work very well. Um, like I'd
Oh,
rather
okay.
you
I
be
see.
playing solo queue or talk to this guy and say, hey man, like I'm getting coaching. I'm trying to be pretty intentional about getting better at this game. Would you be down to like discuss some of the stuff that I'm learning right now? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Just food for thought. I think that if you're trying to work on laning and you're consistently laning with a guy you know, even if you're not like that close, for me it's way worse to run into the same problems because you play with the same player every game than it is to learn to adapt to random problems because it's just a random player on your team. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah, it's like if you're gonna play with somebody, I would want it to be somebody who's working with you, basically, because I'd want to know what's going on here. That's just food for thought, I guess. Okay, so my major thoughts about your laning is it's really interesting. I can tell that you're if you're 6600 MMR, I
Yeah.
can tell you're ultra rusty. I'll just be honest with you. It's like very
Yes,
obvious to
I
me.
am very much.
So like the reason that I think about this is how
Yeah.
many tangos is he giving you? How many tangos are you using where you could have just healing warded when you're sitting at full mana. Because for me, if I'm at full mana, I'm effectively losing whatever my mana regen is per second. Like, I'm wasting 0.9 mana per second. Because I'm not regenning it. So your healing ward is...
Got it.
You know, it's 2% max HP. It's 14 HP per second for 25 seconds. You know, if it's left alive in a perfect scenario, that's like 350 HP. That's like 3 tangos. You know? So, and then we think about the fact that you have 7 stick charges, and so we go through all that, and so, you know, the first thing I'll remind you of is a healthy balance of health and mana is really important on any hero. It's kind of like you have your life stealer and you're never using rage, but you're against like Jakiro and you could have just raged to save like 100 HP against his like breathe fire. Like you just didn't rage because he wasn't going to kill you or something, but you're just sitting at full mana, and it's like, well, there's no reason to sit at full mana and lose all your HP not casting spells. So it's funny, I've had a few jugs that I'm watching lately and they just never use their healing ward in lane. And, you know, the only difference in this situation and before is that if you had healing warded at any time during that beforehand where you were like, had an extra 200 HP, you kill them and you don't die. And that's great. So I don't have too much to say from that other than really focusing on making sure you're using your health and mana, not just one or the other. If you have any questions, let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, so you use healing word this
So
time.
I just started playing again last week.
What just killed you?
From...
Oh, the Shadow Demon poison. Yeah, so you said you just started playing again this week, and what?
Oh, no. So I just started playing like last week. Then the last time I played before that was like a year and a half.
I got you. Yeah, so you're like ultra rusty.
So I'm like super like... Yeah, so like to me it's a surprise Roche moves up and down.
I see.
Like I got shocked to that, and like yeah.
Okay, I have a much better idea.
And like
of,
my favorite carries Medusa.
Carry is Medusa, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna shift the complete tone of this coaching session. Do you mind if I do that?
Sorry?
I'm gonna completely shift the tone of this session. Is that okay? I'd like to more so implement a plan for you coming back to the game. Is that cool? So,
of course, yeah.
So I think that your intentionality playing Dota needs to start with the heroes you're picking and what you're practicing. Okay. We can't have you be intentional in the game if you're not being ultra intentional loading into the game. Like it's just not possible. So what so bear with me for a second here. This is my attempt, because I don't do this too often. This is my attempt to... I've done this maybe like 2 or 3 times before. My attempt to smoothly integrate you back into the game, okay, of Dota 2. So my question is, do you get to play carry most games? Like, do you play at like 70-80% of games because of role queue tokens and all that, or how does it work for you?
If I have like 8 or less role queue tokens, then I queue for all roles.
And that gives you how many?
Generally, I play carry most of the time.
How many role queue tokens do you get for queuing all roles?
If I queue for all 5, I get 4 tokens.
Okay, you get 4 tokens. So that would mean that you get to play carry 80% of games. Like, just math.
Yes.
Okay, so that's and you want to play carry 80% of games, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my first thought about any player that's new to Dota or coming back to Dota is we're choosing 3 fucking heroes. Do you know what they are? Like, what do you want them to be?
Spectre, Medusa, and Faceless Void.
Okay. Can I not... Sorry, give me a second here. I'm struggling boomer style here.
Sorry.
Okay. Spectre, Medusa, Faceless Void is what you said. Why those three?
Yes.
Are those your favorites?
Yeah, those are my favorites. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna get rid of... I'm gonna move this shit over here for now. Oops. So, in my opinion, my first recommendation is that you do something similar to what I'm doing here, which is to
Okay.
like prevent yourself from ever picking other shit. So the next step. So you've chosen your three heroes. I will just a quick meta analysis. I think Spectre is a bit weak right now. I don't think she's horrible, but I don't think she's a fantastic carry. Just power spike wise. But that's fine. It's more important that you play heroes well than it is that you play the meta. It's much more important you play the heroes you want to play as well. Medusa was very meta like a month ago. She did get nerfed, but I think she's still fine. She's so out of your three carries, I'd say like if 10 out of 10 is like really meta and 1 out of 10 is like horrible, it's like 4, 3, 5. Like that's probably what these heroes are right now. And that's not...
Oh wow.
That's not
outdated.
What?
Yeah. Sorry, I said I'm so outdated. Like I have no idea like what the meta is like.
Yeah,
and
so
stuff like that.
so I'm presenting that to you, and it's not that your first three answers have to be the final answer. My question is, does that matter to you very much? Would you like to have more meta heroes, or would you like to stick to ones that you're familiar with historically? Like, what do you think will work better for you?
Actually, I just work more comfortable with the heroes I like playing. I don't really follow the meta. Like if I'm more comfortable playing the hero, like I think I could perform better rather than playing the hero that's in meta that I don't really know how to use 100%.
Okay, that's fair. Absolutely. Cool. So we're going to stick with these three then. Sound good?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So, by the way, if anything I'm telling you that I recommend to you sounds like that's going to dampen your enjoyment of Dota, please tell me, okay? Because, like, the first thing I don't want is for you to feel like I'm giving you required homework. I'm trying to, like, tailor the approach to something that you would like, okay? So, if any of this sounds really unenjoyable, please tell me now. Does this sound okay to you?
Oh, yes, of course. No. Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, whenever I'm looking at people's hero pools, including my own, this is how like I assess my hero pool, is what do these heroes like offer in the game, right? So like for instance, out of the 3 heroes you have, only one of them is a flash farmer, right? So if I look at the state of the game and I think I need a farming hero, I'm going to pick Dusa out of the 3 that you have. Like I need one that farms really fast. I mean, like all 3 of these guys are pretty hard farmers. But if I need like a flash farmer, I would pick Dusa. I would also say that Dusa is the only one that like pushes waves fast. I would also say that Medusa's the only one that tanks. Like even though Spectre becomes kind of tanky, she doesn't really want to get like initiated onto, you know, mid to late game. So like for me, if I'm like taking notes for myself, it's like Medusa is my flash farmer, my tank, and my tower defender. Like out of all 3 of these heroes, she does those the best. So like what I'm trying to tell you is these are things that matter a lot in drafts, and it's not that you need to know for sure what the perfect hero for the game is, but if we're selecting from your 3 heroes, you can ask yourself, out of the things I've listed, what do I need in this game? Do I need a tank? Do I need someone that defends towers? Do I need a flash farmer? Okay, I'll go with Deuce this game, right? So then the next one is Spectre, who's much more of a... What she is very independent on the map. Like, she doesn't really need people to play around her. She wants to play away from her team, but what she doesn't have is initiation. So the problem with Spectre and Medusa is neither of them initiate. So if you look at your team and you're like, fuck, we have no stuns, you would pick Void, right? Void has a stun. He gives you team fight control and initiation. But what Spectre does, compared to Medusa, is that she's much better at following up other kill heroes. So, like, if you have a Lion support, for instance, that's gonna stun somebody on the map, or like a Legion commander, you would much rather be Spectre than Medusa. Do you see what I mean?
Yes, I get it.
Okay, so our goal here is for you going into the game to be intentional about what your hero fits in this game. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
even if
Like it has to make sense.
yeah, even if you lose your lane, even if you aren't familiar with the meta, even if you're like, why the fuck is Roche walking through the river, right? Like, no matter what the thing is, you'll have this like anchor for what your purpose in the game is. Okay, so it's like, oh, I'm gonna follow up Lion's initiation. Oh, I'm gonna follow up Legion's initiation. Oh, I'm gonna like build the flash farm and, you know, get Aegis and tank, you know? And I'm gonna build to take part in team fights with my initiation and yada yada. Like, that's Faceless Void, right? So that's like what I'm trying to give you going into your game. So does all of that make sense so far?
Yes, it makes sense.
Sweet. So we don't need to make any more changes. So the next thing I want you to do is I'm gonna go into demo hero on Dusa. And because you're coming back to Dota, there's a bajillion things on your mind, and I need you to think about the things that fucking matter rather than the things that very little pay off, because there's just good builds on these heroes. Okay, so like on Medusa, the build right now, I'll just like lay it out for you, is to either go wand triple branch in your starting items, or the other items are like stick, Sage's Mask for some mana regen, or some people go like 2 pieces of a Null Talisman. And a lot of times people end up in their inventory with a wand, a Null Talisman, treads. Like, that's pretty much always in their inventory. The only distinction is Falcon Blade or Null Talisman. But, like, honestly, like, even for now, that might be too much of a distinction. But I'm going to put it there for sake of, like, you can choose between which one feels better for you. Give you, like, some decisions, but not too many. Okay? So then what they end up going is just straight into Yasha Manta. Like, that's just what every Dusa does. Okay? Does that sound familiar to you? Because I know you said your knowledge of Dota is like a bit outdated, right? So is this also
So
that's
last I played, Dusa's carrying arcane boots.
yeah.
I don't know how long ago.
Yeah, that was like a year or so ago, maybe 2. But yeah, I understand. There was a period of time where Dusa carry was going mana boots. Definitely not the thing anymore. Medusas are going wand plus Null Talisman and Falcon Blade. And what they're doing is when they get their neutral item, they always take this one if they can, the one that gives you mana when you're hit. And they always take this as well if they don't get this one.
Okay.
So like they take the item that gives them some mana regen, because what Dusa has lost is tank ability with her mana shield, so you need to compensate for that. That's like how they've nerfed her. So that's just important to keep in mind. Do you have any questions about like the early to mid game of Dusa, generally speaking?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's what the meta is right now. Okay, is just going straight into Manta with like a mana regen neutral item. Okay, so then the follow up from that is there are 2 choices. The 2 choices that people go for is Butterfly into like Scotty, like this build right here. They go, so let's separate these. So it's like I'll actually separate into 2 separate categories. Here, fucked up there. If I didn't already emphasize this enough, you need to do this yourself as well.
Okay.
Like, you literally need to go into your in-game shop and do this. You need to take, you know, whatever the amount of time that it takes to do this.
Okay.
So it's I'll just fix this. Option 1, Butterfly, Scotty. Option 2, Maelstrom, Ags, Mjolnir, Scotty. So then I need to add a 3rd group that's just like a bunch of other items. Give me a second here. I mean, I'm making my build better too, so like this is actually good for me. I just you know, I try to be really intentional about this kind of stuff with whatever hero I'm playing a lot of. That's not really an item people purchase.
Are you a carry hero as well, or
am I a carry player? Is that what you're asking?
yeah?
Yeah, if you look at my most heroes
Yeah,
played,
yeah. Oh,
they're all over here.
okay.
Yeah. Let's go back to this. So yes, I am a carry player. So I do dabble in other roles, but not by choice. So then I can put this here, but so the I gotta keep going. What happened here? It's meant to butterfly. Oh, okay. There's a Scotty in here as well. Okay, so the route that people go is like their inventory looks something like this. Like it's either Null Talisman or Falcon Blade, and then they end up with Manta, and then they usually buy a casual Windlace somewhere in there. And then they go straight into Butterfly and usually Scotty. So it ends up looking like this. Okay, so this is usually your build with the first build. Okay, this is the default build. Like this is the build you'll go unless you're dealing with specific counters. Okay. So this is like the best build for Medusa. The items after that are almost always a damage item and a mobility item. So oftentimes Medusa after this stage, she can right click really fucking hard in terms of hitting creeps. She can walk down lanes, but people either ignore her in fights or dodge her on the map. That's the problem this hero runs into. Okay, so a lot of people will go MKB or Daedalus depending on which one's more relevant for the game. And the other one they will go, like I'll put these first here. MKB, Daedalus, that will go like one of the two damage items. And the other item they go is either Swift Blink or Disperser. So I don't know how common it was when you were playing, but the emphasis of Disperser is that if you use it on yourself, it gives you haste movement speed. So I consider it like a mobility item for a hero like Dusa, because you are a hero that gets 6-slotted really fast, and it feels really fucking bad to play this hero with no boots and no mobility. Like this situation, like I ended up in this one time where you have like this. This feels real fucking awful. Yeah. Like you're fucking 302 move speed. So like, you know, instead of like somewhere in here, if they are gonna sell their boots, people buy a Disperser. Or a Swift Blink. Those are like the two options to solve this problem. Okay? So like either one of these is fine. But like the Disperser is really nice because even if you don't have boots, it like hastes you. You know? That's really nice. So I put these items here because you want almost always one of these two. This is like oversimplified for now, right? Just for the record, it's oversimplified, but I think it's better to keep it oversimplified for now. And usually one of these two items as well. Are we all good with that? So the exception in regards to this build is either anti-mage or they have heroes that create illusions of you. So Darkseer, Shadow Demon, yeah, you get the picture. Terrorblade. You know what I mean? Yeah. So in that case, this build is usually favored because your illusions don't do anything. Like with this build. Yeah, they have split shot and shit, but they're not hitting with a Daedalus and a Butterfly. They're hitting with an item that doesn't proc on illusions and a Scotty that doesn't work on illusions either. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So oftentimes in the late game, if people want to tank up with this build, they'll also go Kaya Sanj because it makes you ultra fucking tanky. Because you lose less mana, so it's like effectively more mana and defense, while also buffing up the spell damage from your Mjolnir. And just in case you were playing when the Ags was different, because they did change it, it makes your split shot apply all your effects. So now with this build, you have split shot, you have the Ags, the Mjolnir. You know, this is getting a little complicated here. But yeah, you have the Ags and the Mjolnir, and all your split shots are now applying everything, which is really nice. So, and Disperser goes really well with this as well, because now you're mana burning everybody around you as well. Like, this is a nice looking inventory for somebody who goes that build. Without the Butterfly, maybe you'd have like a Daedalus or something. And it's like this. But yeah, any questions about that?
No. I see now she has like three three facets. So you normally always take the venomous volley, right?
Yeah, that's if
Nothing
you're
else,
playing
or
carry Dusa, that's the one everybody takes 100% of the time. Yeah,
okay.
I think this one actually gimps you for carry Medusa, and this one just I guess people just don't consider it as good as this one. um,
Yeah.
this one kind of just feels nice to be honest. Also once you get the Ags, it's even better because your every sixth attack is also slowing people around you. So,
Wow. Yeah.
yeah. So especially with the Ags, it's like insanely good. But yeah. So the build is almost always snake level. Like the build is snake into Gorgon's Grasp, into snake, into alternating between these two. Um,
Yeah.
maxing them out, and then taking ult at level 10 usually is what people do unless they absolutely
Okay.
need it earlier. And then people skip the level
So
10
what I do
talent.
is like I take
Go ahead.
yeah. Sorry, I was saying like I only like since I played her like I've I've only take the third skill once, then I max out my attributes.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a thing now.
Yeah, that's still the
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. That's the most common build I see. Yeah. Sound good?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so my goal for this session, by the way, if it wasn't already clear, is to send you off prepared, knowing what you're going to do going into your games so that you can just play the fucking game. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
That's our goal. So we've got Medusa taken care of. So, like, and we've recognized that she's kind of your flash farming tank hero. Also, like, it's nice that she's ranged for lane as well, but that's not as necessary to consider. So for Faceless Void,
Mhm.
we're gonna do the same thing. So for a while, Faceless Void was going Helm of the Dominator, as his like first farming item because it helps give jungle gold. But quite frankly, the item got nerfed, and I don't think that build's really that great anymore on Faceless Void. And I also don't think you coming back to Dota, having you micro fucking creep is gonna help you. So we're gonna get rid of that. Get rid of that.
Yeah.
So starting items for Void are either a lot of carries go something like this, something like this, or something like this. You know, that's one of the builds. Usually Void likes stick because of having mana for time dilation. And a lot of times the build right now is to just go straight treads. Like a lot of times you're not upgrading this into anything, but you might do a Wraith Band if you're against like
Okay.
Slardar or like, you know, some heavy physical damage offlaner, you know. But the whole idea is you go straight into treads. Oftentimes people start with the Band of Elven Skin, and then they go Mask of Madness after that. That they're back to the traditional Mask of Madness, Maelstrom, and like this build looks pretty normal to you, I assume. And from there, I'm just moving the items down that are kind of situational. I would say like the most default build is that you either go BKB or Manta, depending on the game. Then you need either Scotty or Lincoln's in order to have refresher mana, and maybe you'll have an MKB in there, or like a butterfly, maybe. And then nullifiers for when they buy Eon discs, and yeah, other saving abilities. That's what the nullifier's for.
Yes.
I think Faceless Void's pretty straightforward in terms of what he's buying nowadays. This is like the build, I would say. Any questions about that?
No, no, I don't.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna
Thank
move
you.
these in front. I'm gonna move these where they more properly belong for your. Also, you're welcome to like. I'm gonna have this saved. It's gonna be on the Discord server. It's gonna be on my coaching YouTube channel, which I can send you a link to. Give me a second here. No, that's not it. all my sessions go on this YouTube channel, so I'm just sending it to you. It will be up there with your name and MMR and everything on it in the long run, but that's not probably going to be
Okay,
for a
thank
few
you.
days. But you can always watch the Twitch VOD to watch this back. But my biggest emphasis about all this is I think it's really important that your shop looks like this. Like, so that you just, you buy your Wraith Band, and then you shift queue this stuff, you know? Like, you have it in here to buy, and so then nowadays a really nice thing you can do, I can't show it to you in demo, but if you don't have the gold for your items,
Yeah.
you can right-click them, and then it'll buy them when you have gold. You've seen that already? You use that?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So it's like queue like it just queues your next purchase.
Yeah, and then so like say I had 400 gold here. If I right-clicked this, when I got to 450, it would buy it for me. We're on the same page?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So like for me, it's really important when I'm watching you play that you queue up your next item, you're buying the right items, you're using your skill in lane. Like, I know this sounds really basic, but you obviously have a lot of historic game knowledge and skill because you're 6.6k. So we just need to make sure all the basic shit is happening so that you can actually use your 6k skill to do stuff. It's like, funny enough, it's like, you know, you haven't played for a year, and I'm watching somebody not cast Healing Ward for the first 4 minutes of the lane. You know, it's just an example where it's not going to be ultra rocket science for us to get you back settled in. You know what I mean? The rest will kind of come naturally over time. So this is really important, I think, that you do spend maybe 15 minutes after this, or you could literally be doing it right now if you want to, but it's totally fine to do it afterwards. Just setting yourself up with items. Spectre is a little bit more... I've seen very, very different approaches from Spectre right now. They are taking the twist the knife facet. I guess, what Spectre have you historically played? Like, do you vibe more with the early active Spectre or the Radiant scaling Spectre? Like, what's more you? Or do you actually not mind playing either? Like, what's your...
I've tried. I don't mind playing either, but
Okay.
I think I'm more comfortable with the Radiance build, but it depends on the game. Like if they need me to jump with them to get experience and like assist like for gold, then I don't mind doing that. Like they would tell me to get Orchid and stuff like that.
Okay, so you know that what that sounds like is
Like
you know the
the
current build for
Blade
Spectre.
Mails.
Say it again.
Yes.
Okay. So
Sorry. Oh yeah. So I was just gonna ask if Blade Mail was still because I still get that.
okay, so generally speaking, I
Blade
don't see
Mail and
Blade
stuff.
Mail very often on Spectre. The problem with Spectre right now, in terms of like what I think is wrong with her, is that they nerfed her to have a mana cost on her reality, which is like pretty brutal. It adds an extra 80 mana if you want to like ult into somebody and ult out. Like, that's a lot of mana, I think, you know, for Spectre. Like, you know, if I just want to ult somebody, like say I have like Treads, Wand, you know, whatever, like just normal items on level 6, and I want to ult a guy, it's like, you know, to go back, I literally spent 370 mana. Like, that's just a lot of mana for Spectre. So oftentimes I would say your neutral items need to cater to that. You can consider something like an urn as like a small build-up item to Radiance, for instance. But I think the reason that Blade Mail's tough to make work is that your hero literally can't do anything in the game if your inventory looks something like this. You know, maybe there's like a Wraith Band or something. But like, that's pretty much what your inventory would look like if you have a Blade Mail, right? Somewhere, like if you rushed it.
Yeah.
So, for me, this 40 mana cost kind of gimped this build. Like, it feels really difficult to make that work. So, like, I think you could maybe go, like, I think the options would be something like Urn or Falcon Blade for mana into Radiance. Like, you need some item, maybe even a Null Talisman if you want to try that. I don't have extensive experience with Spectre currently, but I know Spectres are all going a small mana item, okay? So your option is like this, you know, that's up to you to decide which one it is. I'd say Blade Mail's kind of like out of the picture.
Okay.
Maybe even Soul Ring's worth considering. I know people were doing that at one point. Feel free to experiment with those. You know, and then the build is either going Radiance, like we talked about. Maybe I'd just get rid of Blade Mail for now. I don't think that's a thing. Some Spectres are going Helm of the Dominator. That's their item that lets them farm. If you want to try it, I do think it's kind of good. Because Spectre kind of plays. I'm waiting for a map to show up. Come on. Come on, game. Work with me. Okay.
So what's your like farming pattern now?
Yeah, so
doing
I
it
can
right.
talk to you a little bit about carry farming patterns, including Spectre, but just in general. So I don't want to equip this actually. Unequip. Come on. So what makes Spectre like kind of good in this meta, and so Nature's Prophet has been like super broken for a while now, and what makes these heroes theoretically good is that there's a bunch of camps on the map now that are like way down here. I'm just gonna get myself a bunch of items real quick.
Okay.
Just to like show you stuff. Whatever. Okay. Nice BKB. So there's camps like this one and like this one on Radiant, and then there's like, you know, what's up with the map down here? I can't see it. Whatever. There's camps up here, of course, here and here, and these are like, you're like in the middle of fucking nowhere farming these camps, right? So for like a lot of carry heroes, it feels bad to be here unless you absolutely have to be. Like, this is the safest farm and you've been booted out of everything else. But that is one nice thing, is that you do have safe farm to retreat to. But the ideal carry rotation for a hero like Medusa, for instance, is that like as soon as you get treads, you start pushing out the wave and farming these two camps as soon as possible, right? And then once you feel like you can farm these two camps, then push the wave. Then on Medusa, you start stacking Ancients, like towards the end of the minute, but you don't farm them, you just stack them, right? Like you'll work your way towards that, you'll get here, you'll stack it, you'll come back to lane. Like that's the ideal farming rotation for Medusa, for instance. With a lot of heroes like Faceless Void or Spectre, it's really important past 5 minutes that you're actually pulling the small camp into lane. Like you'll be laning down here because these heroes don't jungle very fast, right? Spectre and Faceless Void. So like what they start doing is right at 5 minutes, 5:15, they'll be utilizing this pull, so that what ends up happening is if you pull, like you know, I'm having a tough time because I'm like fucking right clicking for 200 fucking damage, but you know, we pull it into, this is not gonna work, is it? Oh god, disaster. But they pull it into the camp, and then what happens here when they pull it into the camp is that this wave will then come into their tower, so that sets them up at 5 minutes to like farm this. You know, this is when you hit for like 5 damage. And then the wave comes into tower, and then this is like how Spectre and Void type carries will get their farm. You see what I mean?
I see, yeah.
So that is like until you get the first farming item for Void, it's like Mask of Madness. For Spectre, it's potentially the Helm Dom. I do think that's probably your best build. But if you want to go treads into Orchid, which is also, I think, fine, you know, this rotation just becomes repeat, rinse and repeat, utilizing small camp. It's going to be difficult to incorporate the big camp into your farm for heroes like Spectre and Void. But once you get that first item, whether that's like the Oblivion Staff for Spectre if you're going Orchid, or the Helm Dom, or whether or not you get Mask of Madness, that's when the carries start to go back here. Right? They'll rotate between, like, they'll kill this camp, and, you know, I'm going to simulate it faster, but they'll kill this camp, and they'll, like, come back and scoop the wave up under tower. You know, like, they'll do this, and then they go back. You see what I mean? Like, that's a lot of the default
I get it.
carry. And a lot of the best carries in the game right now can clear this with, like, a cornucopia. You know, that's why I think, like, Jug, Troll, Ursa are, like, the 3 best carries right now. Because they have this treads into cornucopia build that farms this. So, it's not that I'm telling you not to pick the heroes you're playing. But that's, based on the map right now, that's why they don't exactly fit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So on Spectre, you shouldn't be afraid to like get your farming items and just like work your way back here and be farming back here a lot, and then using your ult, of course, to participate. The only concern I have for you as a carry player is that if possible, it is your job to defend this tower, so don't give up the tower for free if you're playing Spectre or Faceless Void just to jungle. So when you're jungling back here with your Mask of Madness Void or your, level 7 or 8 Spectre, just try to keep an eye on what's going on down here. Can you maybe head back to lane? Because these rivers do make you move faster. So you can get back here much faster when you're walking down the river. Like, you're pretty fast. So you'll probably be able to return, scoop up the wave, and then, like, reinitiate this farming pattern. And this is where you would prefer to be. The backup plan is, like, these two camps over here. This is like, I'm getting pushed out of lane. I am getting hunted by support somehow. And this area fucking sucks. So I'm going to go over here. You know? That's like the backup. So the depending on what hero you are, depending on what items, generally the choice is to stay in lane and farm these two camps. To play defensive and farm these camps back here and rotate back to lane. Or to TP here and farm here if you're an Ancient Clearer like Medusa. Or to TP here and farm here if you're not so much an Ancient Clearer. These are like your backup plans. Does that sound like... Does that make sense for farming patterns here?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Cool. So my goal from today's session, because we have pulled up on a little over an hour now. We don't have to immediately end, but kind of drawing it to a close. My goal for today's session, since you're coming right back to Dota after a year break, you're pretty high MMR, so I'm not too concerned about teaching you the game right now. I'm just trying to get you comfortable so that you can settle back in. Was that we're looking at 3 heroes for you. We're looking at you being as intentional as possible. I'm just going to type these notes in here for you. 3 heroes. Spec, Dusa, Void. Intentional about your pick. Stun, tank, follow-up, global, like, whatever. You know, like, label the heroes in whatever way you would like to label them. I think that's really important. So when you're in your game, you know what your purpose is. Set, shop, and item build to follow so you don't have to focus on it. Queue up items you're gonna buy. Feel free to refresh farming pattern from this session. Well, yeah, we're giving you some baseline farming patterns. We're giving you item builds. We're giving you three heroes to choose from so you can be intentional about what you're doing in the game and be comfortable as well. So you're having fun and you're not overloaded. That's our intent from today's session. Does all of that sound good to you? Do you have any other questions, thoughts, stuff like that?
Yeah, it all sounds good. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, no problem. I'm looking forward to, sign up again whenever you're ready. Like, it can be a week, it can be 2, whatever window you feel like fits based on how it's going for you. And I'll see you in the next one, and we'll expand upon this from there. Does that sound good?
Okay. Yeah.
Sweet, man. Awesome.
Thank you.
No problem. I'll see you next time.
Appreciate it. See you.
Peace. Is that Hobo Harry? He kind of does sound like Hobo Harry. But no, it's not him. Just a single coaching session. Usually I only do like 1, maybe 2 coaching sessions a day. I don't try to... It actually takes a lot of my brain power to do to do sessions. I think it's really important for me to be like fully invested. Can you do a Herald review? That's kind of Jenkins stuff, right? He has talked to me about potentially joining him for a Herald review. And I would happily join him if I had any forewarning. He always messages me saying, hey, I'm doing a Herald review in 10 minutes. Would you like to join? When I've literally told him time and time again, if you just give me like a day or 2 notice, I'll gladly join. But, yeah. Oops. Okay. day or two notice. What the fuck? It's 2025. What do you mean? Should it be like a week or 2 weeks? What's your standard notice here? How can I judge if my team can take Roche or Tormentor? I guess I would have to know what role you're playing and what hero you are. I mean, a lot of it's just like, I think we can do this, and then seeing if you can, you know? Your YouTube video where Wraith King with 30k games is so hilarious. Yeah, good times. I wouldn't call my life meticulously organized, but I do have like a very... I mean, maybe by most people's definition, it's meticulous. But, I mean, like, I have a pretty in-depth schedule. Like, I'm trying not to show private shit. But yeah, I have like a pretty in-depth schedule. Like, I'm not showing anything private, am I? So it's like, yeah. I have like streams, I have my time with my girlfriend planned, I have my group classes, my mod meetings, my therapy, my Dutch lessons, meta updates that I try to do. This isn't like perfect, but I do spend this time on YouTube and, you know, meeting with my editor, meeting with Erfon, the other coach, my weekly dodo meetings. I mean, I think I'm pretty organized. I don't know. How is learning Dutch going? It is going. It's going. Progress is being made. How to deal with a team that don't believe in communication? I feel helpless in those matches. My question for you would be, if you found yourself stranded in the wilderness and there were 4 people around you who were not communicating at all, what would you do? Simon Neo, thanks for the 19 months. You would die. Okay, well, then I guess that's what you'll do in Dota games as well. You'll just keel over and give up. I mean, the point I was trying to make is that you would play for yourself. You would try to take care of yourself. You'd be like, well, shit, I guess I'm on my own. What's best for me right now? That's what you do in a Dota game. What can I do by myself? What's my role in this? Like, what's the best thing for my hero? I got to play a bit more selfishly because my teammates are not helping me. You know. I got requested a session with him, so I'll go and accept it. We're gonna have 2 sessions next. Oh no, it's gonna be next Tuesday. We have a session, and then the Tuesday after, I have another session. Okay. Feast on their flesh. That's one way to do it. Yeah, if people aren't helping you. Did you guys know this, by the way? I made a YouTube short on it. That every time Roshan throws a hero, he gains 70 movement speed. Did you guys know this? Like when Roshan's walking from one pit to the other and he throws somebody, he gains 70 move speed? I did not know this. How do you find studying Dutch as an English speaker? Initially weird because I was trying to directly translate, but honestly, the moment I kind of realized I'm not supposed to directly translate and I'm more so supposed to be like, this is the Dutch word you use in this context, it became much easier for me. A decent portion of Dutch is pretty similar to English. So, you know, like for instance, vergeet is to forget, and the past tense of vergeet is vergaat. So it's like instead of forget and forgot, it's vergeet and vergaat. You know, so it's like there's a lot of words that are quite similar. Not all of them, of course, but it took me about 2.5 years of organizing to get to where I am currently, Pineapple of Discord. So I guess I would just say that the organizational thing is a grind. It's a grind. You know, you just slowly level up. Took me about 2.5 years to get here. I had some interesting reflections from my so this week has been pretty unpleasant for me so far, and I was honestly struggling a lot. My Dota games, I mean, I wasn't losing, but the games weren't exactly enjoyable, and it's because this week I've had 3 people first pick carry when I asked them to roll, and I wasn't really sure how to handle it. That was the first time I've had it happen a lot, and so I actually took a lot of time to reflect on this and how I want to handle it. And the first thing I did actually was add one of them as a friend and talk to him about it and reached a mutual understanding of his philosophy is that he will roll if the carry's within 1,000 MMR. And if he's less than the person, he won't even try to play carry. If he's more than the person, he won't roll with them. And I was like, okay, that's fair. I'll abide by that. So I found that, once again, having dialogue with people is very interesting. I can respond to that later. I shouldn't respond to people's messages during streams. I agree that it's a grind to organize, but it's harder for me while unmedicated. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I feel like I have bits and pieces of ADHD. I mean, when people tell me, like, when I hear Dr. K talk about people with ADHD, I feel like I have these things, but then I feel like society imprints a lot of that shit onto us, like the way that technology works and shit. So I don't actually know if I have ADHD or not, but I feel like for someone who's like medically diagnosed with ADHD, you probably have it worse than I do. So I'm not gonna act like I understand for sure how it feels. I imagine it's very debilitating. You're pushing 17K on Hearthstone Battlegrounds. That's insane. That's like if the MMR looks the same as it did before, that's like very high. I kind of wish that Trolls Hockey for swapping from melee to range was different. Like Q puts you in melee and like W puts you in range. You know what I mean? But it would add a hockey, which is not ideal. I think it'd be cool if it was an option though. Like you could set them both to Q if you wanted to. I don't even know if I would use it, to be honest, but I was thinking about that like sometimes in lane I'm like in the middle of the fight and I've like swapped back and forth a bunch of times and maybe I accidentally like double clicked it and then or like I swapped to melee but then used my throwing axes, so then I'm like, oh shit, I'm ranged, and I tried to swap to range but then I'm melee and it's like fuck, you know. So what's interesting is like I can walk at this creep here while in melee range, and I can like toss and immediately attack. It's kind of cool. I can do like a this. That's cool actually. The highest guys are 20k-ish. Okay, so it's a bit higher than before because I remember like Beater Babbitt and shit being like 18k. So you're, from what I remember, you're more like 15k, like from the meta. That's still very high. That's like being like 12 or 13k in Dota. Why no new hero last int? What? Oh, last international. I see. It's interesting you say int. I feel like everybody just says TI, which is shorter and also more common, so saying int is weird. I'll be honest. Okay. Thoughts on Faceless Void? I don't see him very often in my games, and he doesn't fit what I think is good in a carry. That's my thoughts. So I don't particularly have experience with him. In my bracket, we're dealing with these heroes a lot, and he's bad against all of these. So there might be games where he's good. I think he's really good against, like, Dawnbreaker. He's good against, like, Primal Beast offlane, Dawnbreaker offlane. He's, like, decent against Pudge offlane. Can Pudge still hook out a Chrono? Because even though he can, it's, like, still fine. Okay, you can. I like to play Jakiro position 5 as I can clear waves really easily. What other 5s can clear waves? Snapfire is fantastic for clearing waves. You can use the full bore facet, and when you're level 10 with the facet with the talent for your Q damage. Oops. I'm trying to level up. So you just have like this. Just clear waves really well with this hero. A tech that I'm actually going to be talking about in a video sometime that I think is actually really OP is Techies. And the shard is actually OP as fuck on waves. Watch this. What? Oh, it's W. Fuck, I messed up. Messed up. It's his W. Watch this. How OP is that? The cash range go up, or is it just low by default? Interesting. Isn't that like insane? Or you guys not think that's insane? You just put that on the front creep. I didn't know it until it got shown to me. So the other snap talent is way better. What's the other snap talent? Is it like the glob damage or whatever? Yeah, okay, yeah, the Mortimer's Kiss is DPS. Yeah. It works with the shard, yeah. If somebody doesn't roll with me for carry, I have an entire statement typed out that I'm ready to say to them. See what happens. Frankly, I think Techies needs more ways to flash farm and deal overwhelming damage. Yeah, he definitely does that. He definitely needs that. Okay, I am not going to roll for carry this game because there are literally 6 carry players here. AI generated? No, I wrote it myself. Well. Rough start, boys. Rough start. Nice. He has won the role. So yellow. Let's see if yellow's civil. I would like to pick Necro.
Will you pick Dawnbreaker? Checking. Примученный. Ну давай, пацан, пикай.
I don't love Necro into Vino. I also don't hate it. Fuck it. We have like no hard initiation. You win PL. I mean, it is a very good PL game, but we don't have any stuns. Pretty funny. Oh, I can't go this build because I ran out of gold. It actually sucks. I'm gonna buy tangos then and fly myself a branch. Is there synergy of the other necro facet? I think the other necro facet is just really hard to validate buying or taking. I think this one's kind of just like too good. So my main concern this game is that we lose in the first 20 minutes. So I think that I need to build to fight them. I don't think I can rush Radiance. I might be able to go later Radiance, but I'm going to build to fight. I'm going to be more mid-game heavy to try to make sure we don't lose before PL comes online. So I'll be like Witchblade and shit. Is just Null Talisman like not in my build? I might go Treads. Pretty nice. Like Null into... Yeah. And there's nothing else I'm going to level, otherwise I grief myself. Quite the build on PL. So quiet. It's quiet. Too quiet. You have Necrotic? He does. That's actually really annoying.
Good job, guys. Good job. Good job.
You guys on? Okay, so I gotta keep this in mind. Last time I played Necro against Brood, I didn't know he took the Necrotic Webs, and I went Ags. And then I just did nothing with the Ags. Let's see. Nice CSing. Oh, that is enough to deny, huh? Hey, what is this guy doing? Is he like... I actually think this guy's like never played mid before.
I wanna go to base.
But he's like gold tier co-op, so I'm kind of confused.
Okay, go. Be here. You can drop, maybe.
Ну запуш пачку, нахуй ты, блядь, бегаешь?
Am I dead, actually?
Maybe? Go, go, go.
That was actually a huge mistake.
Fuck.
Almost fed like a noob there.
Deny me.
If like Bounty Hunter was there, I would have just
Nah.
died.
My bad.
Quad might go bottom. He has like no lane here. Careful bottom. He's bottom.
Look, 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 look. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Ебать, нахуй в прайме сидит пацан. Ботом. Still without kill.
It's ok, bro, it's ok. You don't have...
Dude, what is this fucking missing? Actually, I want to go windlace. I want to go sentry and a windlace.
Help top, guys.
Flop top rune. Support can play around mid. I can pressure a lot. Never mind. Get a regen rune. He just overplayed his hand. I actually didn't check his rune. I'm pretty noob, but I'm playing Necro, so it's
I
fine.
don't move, it's... Nie, ja wyjdę.
I'm just gonna rotate
Поёбывает,
between.
знаешь, я такой тупой.
Just gonna rotate between jungle. Hmm. This Quap has like no fucking game, bro. Well, thank God it's on his auto attacks instead of his shuriken nowadays. Going towards top. I have no TP for bot. No fucking way I lose vision of him, dude. Oh, there's no fucking way. I just lost vision of that Vino, dude. That sucks. Is there an item I can buy that dispels that feels really nice? Nice. Pop should die. Nice. I need a dispel for sure. I don't like Yule's. I think it's too long of a cooldown. Let me cook, bro. Let me cook. Honestly, I'm buying a fucking blink. I want to go Radiance after, though. Or do I just go Shard? The problem is we have no stuns. And that means we make no plays. Flop TP. Okay, there's an invis in here from 10 minutes. Coming top. Weird. Oh no. I expected to have a Dawn behind me, and instead he was ulting out. That made things kind of awkward. I'm like, they can't go on me. There's a Dawn behind me. And then my Dawn ultied out the second I thought that. Ooh, that was close. I wish Necroult worked like they're on me top. Lol. Thank you guys. The one thing they should not be allowed to do is go on me. What the fuck is this, dude? Dude, I wanted it so... I wanted to use my... I wanted to use my fucking Ghost Shroud with my wand. I was holding it. Fuck. Nice. I mean, to be honest with you, the way I view this game is as long as we're not literally losing in the first 30 minutes, then we're gonna win. That's like the way I view this game. And maybe that's a bit oversimplified. We have Donald again. Almost eggs. They might be all running at you bottom, careful. I really wanted this top tower, but against Veno, that's just really hard, I think.
Ты веника хочешь? Я хочу другого чара. I don't really do anything in the game right now, so I'm just gonna farm. Ебать, он даун.
My goal of not rushing Radiance was to, like, get past this stage of the game, and I think we got there, so... Maybe I didn't have to do this, but I've just lost too many games with PL, and it felt like against, like, Broodmother and shit that it was relevant this game. But I could be wrong. Illusioner is kind of owned, actually. It's really hard for me to get to bottom middle. And this is like kind of in the middle of nowhere. There's literally no way for me to get there. Like, it would literally take me an hour and a half to get there. But PL got out. That's pretty good. Looks like a decent trade. Yeah, it's really hard for me to connect to any fights down there, man. There's no tower or anything. Happy to fight.
For this, you need boots of travel, bro.
Yep, that's why I'm buying them. I've definitely not been AFK farming, but I'm not going to engage his upsetedness. Once I get Boots of Travel and Manta, I'll be like really strong. I think Manta's the item. It might be I would say Lotus is worth considering, but I don't need a Lotus for my carry. Like, my carry doesn't need one. Does Brood have Orchid? It does. Keeping? I don't think I need Null Talisman anymore. Rosh. What's up, buddy? What's going on here? That didn't fucking work, actually. I'm stuck for 10 seconds, boys. Coming. Am I dead? Huh. I am fucking dead. I think I'm adjusting my play too much. I think that was a good play if I hadn't stuck myself on a cliff. But because it took me an extra fucking 12 seconds to get there or whatever, it was bad. Holy fuck! The FPS. Yeah, I don't know. I do need Shard. This guy has a fucking pipe. They have way too much shit to dispel. Way too much shit to dispel. Way too much shit to dispel. My FPS, dude, am I actually fucking stuck again? Okay, guys, we're done tumblers toying over fucking cliffs, okay? I think what's really interesting is that I took mid tower really early. I ran at top tower like 4 times, and my team's perception is that I AFK farm. Interesting. I think that does not match with what is happening in the game. Could have taken the signet, for sure. For sure. I think the best item in this game is probably Lotus. Fine. Oof. Nice. Okay, I'm buying a fucking Yules or some shit, dude. I need like a cheap dispel. Is this Brood actually gonna die? I need a dispel. That's for damn sure. Nice. Dude, fuck this guy, man. This really sucks because I'm just feeling the burden of not having a dispel. So, oh my, I gave him the CS, dude. High five. It's either Manta or Lotus. Not sure which one. Dude, the FPS from this Broodmother fucking PL interaction is like brutal. Yeah, I mean, I think it's Lotus. Where's it? Okay, so Quap has what, Ags? Yeah. I think the PL... How much damage did I just take from everything? I took 500 from Quap. The problem with Lotus is I don't think I can get there. And I'm just dying at this point. This Witchblade's pretty useless. Bounty Hunter's gonna have the Lotus. My team is pretty rude this game, I'll be honest. And that sucks. My PL got Diesel going Orchid. Okay. I literally can't defend, so I'm not going to. Like, I'll just die to Orchid. I need this or I just die. I'm gonna go probably this actually, and probably still Caster. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Wow. That was so close, dude. He Yules like mid-cast animation on my ulti. I actually don't think that exchange was like all that bad if we keep playing. But it looks like we're not playing. Like, they're pretty low. No DK, BKB. It really sucks if this guy dies. Oh. These games are pretty tilting, boys. I'm not gonna lie to you. These games are pretty tilting. I'm up in 10. They at the back. I'm gonna sell my one, I think. And my win. Actually, I can't sell that. Oh my god, dude. Can't even get my Reapers off. That sucks. Like, honestly, I feel like I'm supposed to, like, sell my fucking Witchblade there just to have a Yules. That sucks. I unironically think that, we lost this game largely because my team spent the entire time bitching at me instead of, like, trying to play around what I was communicating. But I understand they're upset with my build, so... nice. I still think we can win. I've got my one Dispel now, which is sick. I'm gonna buy another one. What's my other Dispel? Maybe Bloodstone, actually? It's tough against Broodmother, though. Oh. I really needed them not to fight, actually. Can we fight with PL or no? Is there another Dispel item? I feel like my problem is I also only have 1700 health. I don't think I can farm that without getting gone on by Quap. Quap has a Yule, so I can't walk up there. Is there another Dispel item? Maybe I don't need it. Maybe it's just BKB. Then DK kind of kills me, right? Okay. Ow. Didn't expect to die in that. Hi, buyback. That really hurt. Oh, I can just not get attacked by him because I don't walk melee range, but I didn't expect to die. Nice. He's dead, dude. Rough. GG. Not bad, boys. Let's leave it there. Pretty frustrating game to start the day. I think this Witchblade was just not really allowed to be in my build because we had no stuns, and I thought that my goal was to get through the early game, but the goal needed to be to play the mid game. I see now. Because then the mid game happened, and like there's like this fight happening down here, and I can't be at it. So if I had just gone like the standard Necro build, we probably win. 6-9 though. But yeah. That's like my takeaway from that one. You had a dream about me. That's nice. Valdira, thanks for the 2 months. What's the standard Necro build to go? Like early Radiance into Travels. Or like early Travels into Radiance. One or the other. Yeah, the Necrotic Webs were pretty brutal. Hope you're having a good day. It's okay. I'm having a pretty good day. I don't know why you don't sell your treads. I didn't see too much of a reason to sell my treads. They were 220 HP at that stage of the game. Like, I'm getting rid of 220 HP to have... 700 gold. I could have maybe sold them for the Yules, but I don't think I think the wand was a better sell, but then I could have sold them for the Yules right when I sold it, so I had money. I could have done that. It's arguable. I didn't really consider selling the treads, but I could have sold them there. The other option was to just not go in and wait till I have Yules. I mean, I will admit, I do get a bit flustered when my teammates are all talking to me like that, so I'm not going to act like I play really well when my entire team's flaming me. You tried something new, no biggie? Ah, yeah, it's just nothing you can really do about it. I'm not really concerned about the build itself. If I was like, permitted by my team to make mistakes and try new things, then, you know, that game would have honestly been a pretty enjoyable game. Because I, like, even if I lose, I'm like, oh, I learned something, that kind of sucks, but whatever. But, you know, sometimes Dota players are pretty harsh. This Axe does not look like he's living the dream. Who's the number 1 or 2 pro carry player that you take learn builds from at the moment? I wouldn't say there's like a specific player that I watch. Is there a point where you should mute your teammates? Yeah, I mean, I muted my teammates that game. They were still, like, tipping me and stuff. Can't really do anything about that. I don't think there's anything I can really say to them there. I don't think there's anything I can say or do when it's like what they're flaming me for is stuff that I can't fix. Like, I can't have different items. I can't change the game state. You know what I mean? So it's when people are flaming you for things you can't change, then there's not really much you can do, to be honest. Like, there's not much response you can give. There's not much... I mean, you can't give any response because there's nothing to say. It's like, what, the game is the way it is. Why is tipping taken as a disrespect? I'd say the majority of tip usage is not positive, so he's probably had past experiences where he gets tipped for that. I mean, I literally thanked my teammate yesterday for tanking a gank, and my team said, why so passive-aggressive? Like, I literally just said, thanks for tanking the gank. And I was, like, dead serious. So, I think there's just a lot of deeply rooted pain in this community. Deeply rooted. And when he gets defensive, you can just say, hey, man, I meant it seriously. Good job. You know, we can respond lightheartedly. They don't have to, like, respond to their defensiveness, you know? Hey, thank you, Pecco Mid. Glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, maybe I could have sold my treads for my Yules and then participated in the base fight a bit earlier. I definitely could have done that. What was your highest rank in EU? It was like 45 at some point when I was pro, but in the last like several years it's been 250-ish. I was 250 like 2 years ago, and like last year when I hit 10k I was ranked like 450. That was before MMR inflation happened. How would you compare the quality of pubs in EU versus NA? I mean, NA doesn't have pubs like at my bracket, so there's not really any comparison anymore. Four? I'm gonna add Sergio. I talked to my girlfriend about this. I'm gonna add people that are friendly. It's not just this game. He's always been friendly to play with. Why is Diffusal a must-buy item for PL? Because he has no form of locking people down or hitting them. Like, for example, Naga has net, while Terrorblade is a ranged hero. So PL needs some way to actually stick on his targets. And then he also builds like 5 times as many illusions as any of the other illusion heroes, so he benefits a lot more. In general, Diffusal's not really a carry item anymore. Timber swag. Elaborate? I mean, what diffusals by, or what carries by diffusal? Like, what hero does it feel good to buy diffusal on? I feel like on carry you'd rather have like a Manta or Battle Fury, or like, I feel like the meta for carries right now is to have their first item be an accelerator. And the only hero that gets accelerated by diffusal is PL, and he still doesn't buy it. Like, he buys it later. He doesn't like rush diffusal. I mean, there's a difference between diffusal and disperser. Like, when we're talking about disperser as an item, it's like a situational late game item that gives you a dispel and haste, which is really important when you're replacing boots. But like, I wouldn't consider disperser and diffusal like in the same discussion. They're actually very different items in terms of like how they function in terms of your build and stuff. Like, you know what I mean?
Lost in the woods, are ya?
Keep it PMA, keep it DSJ.
I have a 4 TB. Looks like it's like Dawn Snap, or no, it's probably Timbersaw offlane, right? Yeah, it has to be Timber offlane because they have a storm. Diffusal was a stay away from me item on PL. It's not really that way anymore, I think. I think Ags has just kind of replaced Diffusal in terms of the build-up. Diffusal is just a I burn your mana item on PL now. I know what you're saying, but it's not that way anymore, I think. Oof. I didn't think it could go on me there. Not bad. I thought I'd be able to get away with that healing ward, but I was wrong. That's a little of a feed. Little bit of a feed there, just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. Not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit. Lol. I don't think we can contest it. Too many crypts. Okay. I think this lane's still going well. A lot of stick charges on Simber. You can pull small. I mean, that Dawn's like super horny. Dude, these fucking jungle camps that I'm getting like no creeps from is like triggering as fuck. uh. I want to come through portal actually and kill this Luna. Can we do that? Can you push on primal? Can attack him or... Oh. I could have healing warded if I wanted earlier. I cannot TP bottom because I have to be able to spin TP. I feel like everything this game has gone like slightly wrong. You know what I mean? Even like that, you know? Like the flag bearer creep dying first and dying tenth of a second before I get there. You know, it's just a lot of little things.
Timber TP top. You might have cancelled, but...
Very curious, serious creeps, man. Timber's bone him again. Could have pulled. Guy doesn't play a lot of Timber. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. Like, he's not pressuring me nearly as much as he could be. I know that for a fact. Oh, he cleared that already. What a waste. Oh, I thought that was going to be enough for some reason to get. don't think I can walk up to this. Maybe I can. Game's strange. I feel like Timber might have cleared this. No, I didn't. I want the lane underneath my tower, so I'm gonna
I'm
pull.
thinking top, I blink, we dive with Dawn.
I feel like they're all missing, and I'm terrified. I don't think there's anything to do there.
That's a strong Timber. Yeah, Arcane.
I think I can take their ancients. I think I kill him. I feel like really off right now. Some shit going on up here. I mean, this is why you can't really play Luna, because you just fucking die, man. I should be killing mid tower, but I wouldn't know Timber's gonna TB there. And by the time I knew, it was like already pretty late. I mean, I actually think that series of events is like pretty fucking atrocious for them. Like, that's nearly game losing up. Terrible. Yeah. I'll show. Yeah, this Luna's pretty fucking done, I think. Did they Dawn ulti?
Yes, but it's coming up cooldown pretty soon.
I took all the farm here. Actually, I can go ancients. Remember when Dawn ulti used to give like 60% evasion with X? That shit was stupid. I'll be honest, it's like really weird to play this game because like nobody on the enemy team is like ever showing, I feel like. I never have information. And it's not like a good thing per se, like they're not doing it in like a high skill way or something. Just feels like they're not playing their heroes optimally. I think this is an Ags game. Maybe I should have TP'd mid. I don't know, this game's fucking weird,
Use
man.
Donald and Snap.
I TP'd bottom, maybe I'm noob. This game's just really strange. It's like really hard to explain why.
I can go BKB. I can go in.
Just hard to quantify what the hell's going on in this game. Maybe I'm the strange one, you know?
I can connect on Jerk.
Yeah.
He might farm the wave if he's stupid. No Dawn ulti. You can over.
Glad my Terrorblade's having fun. You guys missed it, I think, but he just did the thing that you sunder people at 1 HP. As the meme, but he just has blink for now. Yeah, I'll come over. We can do Roche. I need help though. I'll need people to assist me. Can Tango get here? Gonna finish my butterfly. Okay, it's gonna be dead for 240, never mind. Fucking Dawn killed it. funny. Uh-oh. Okay, team's doing a little 3-2-2. Omni slash for 30 seconds. Nice try. I'll boot them out of here. It's fine. Or Timbersaw. Probably didn't buy a Yules or something. I already cleared that, GG. Don't have on me. Terribly. Game's kind of funny. Hey, which way is the barracks facing? It's 81 here, and what is it back here? Oh, it's back this way. Oh, somebody was saying the barracks were facing some direction. Yes, was that? I think Terrorblade had fun this game, you know? ESJ faking Dota. This is clearly a bot game. It was an oddly, like, nothing happened kind of game. Very little happened this game. I feel like when you have these type of teammates, the Timbersaw, you just like have to acknowledge he's like practicing his hero. Like, I think I'm becoming more in tune with when people just don't play the hero that they're playing. Like, they just don't know how to play it. Like, in this case, like, the guy clearly is a decent player, but he has no idea how to play Timbersaw. It's like directly related to Timbersaw. get it away from my Terrorblade. He doesn't want it, I don't think. Oof. I feel like I always wish I had the other facets. Or the other talent thing. The level 10 one, I mean, the healing ward cooldown. Ow. Lol. Oh, that was an interesting game. Not really. What do you do as position 1 when enemy position 1 can farm faster? Do you join fights? I wouldn't say your game plan changes relevant to the enemy position 1. I would just be asking myself, what can my hero do in the game? Like, can I participate in fights? You know, maybe it's gonna make it even worse. You know, you can be like a faceless void against Sven and be down by 4k net worth, and at some point in the game chrono him and win the game that way. You know, you don't like have to have as much farm as he does in every single matchup. There's like, I'd say that the idea of comparing my farm to the enemy carries is not good for what I want to do in the game. It can be good for understanding what the dynamic of the game is right now, but it's not. If you adjust according to that, there's going to be a lot of things you're missing that are helpful. So think about the hero, what it's good at, fights, or etc. Yeah, it's more like, what's the best thing my hero can do right now? Right, like your basis should not be on the enemy carry. It should be on yours. Like the hero you're playing. Farm speed is only a component of what the hero's balanced around. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good point too, is to basically say trust in the balance of Dota, and that if a hero drastically farms faster than yours, then there's a balance to that. But it's also like, you have to balance how active can my hero be and how gankable is this flash farming carry. It's like, if I'm a Jug and I'm level 6 and I see that the enemy Luna is level 8 with a Mask of Madness, I very well could go through the portal and Omni Slash her. You know what I mean? Where it's like, that guy's gankable and he farms faster than me and he's ahead of me right now and I have an ultimate that like does something. Do you know what I mean? Like, the enemy carry farming faster than you is like one of 5 factors in there. It's not like, yeah, I'm just basically, don't have all of your decision making be based on the farming speed of the carry. That's what I'm mainly concerned about. New facet, farm Omni slash buildings. I just feel like every time I don't take the healing ward talent, I regret it. Like, 4% damage is nice and all, Like, it speeds up your farm, but the healing ward cooldown is, like, so noticeable. Because the downtime goes from 35 seconds to 23 seconds. So it's like 40% less downtime. It's like a lot less downtime on healing ward. Luna's decent and low MMR. Yeah, she feels pretty unplayable in my MMR right now. Like, I love Luna, but like she's one of my most played heroes, but I just feel like if your carry hero is like killable by 2 heroes, then it's a bad hero right now. You need to require like 3 or 4 heroes to kill you. Like, you can't kill an Ursa with 2 heroes. You can't kill a Jug with 2 heroes. You can't kill a Troll with 2 heroes. You can't kill Alchemist with 2 heroes. You can't kill Huskar. Like, there are games where you can die to 2 heroes, but at the very least, it's like 2 very specific heroes. But like, a Luna will die to like a support plus mid, support plus offlane, carry plus offlane. Like, she'll die to like almost every iteration of 2 heroes. You have Necro's carry. Do you play him as one? I think Necro's very strong right now. I kind of botched him in my previous game because I was experimenting a bit, but I do think Necro's a very strong hero right now. And that includes being position 1. I wonder if Doom is viable again as a carry. There might be some sort of like spell damage build that makes this hero good. Because there's so much like Viper, Huskar, Necro. There's like so much of these heroes in the game right now. They nerfed Crit Wolves? Yeah, I mean, that part you just can't really play around anymore, I think. That's why I said like a spell damage build. The thing is, I think Doom can carry the game with spell damage. Like, he doesn't have to be a right clicker. Like, you don't have to build like S&Y Butterfly or whatever. Are you seeing clinks in your games? No, I don't see very much clinks. I can't remember the last time I saw one. In general, when the enemy one is a flash farmer, it enters into the equation of, can I gank this guy? Yeah, pretty much. Like, if the enemy's a flash farmer, you're definitely gonna ask yourself if there's an avenue in which I can gank this guy. That's why last patch, Medusa felt so oppressive, because she was a flash farmer that, like, if she got up to a good start, you just couldn't gank her either. So it's just like, well, what do you do now? It's like the same idea when Alchemist is broken. Like, whenever and whatever patch he's in is broken, it's because, like, he's like this guy that hits really early timings, and if he gets off to, like, a decent start, then you just can never kill him. I do think Razor might be a pretty good hero as well. Who am I watching play Razor? Maureen? Doesn't really look like a good Razor game here. I don't know when he picked it in the draft. Maybe he saw Centaur or something. You're pretty stubborn about being a right clicker? Maybe you mean on Luna, I guess. I'm gonna go heat up some food in the air fryer. I'm gonna make myself some food, actually. I'm gonna go make some mushrooms as well. So I'll be back in like 10 minutes, give or take. Gonna make some dinner. So, see you guys in a bit. I'll leave you on Maureen Razor. Rank 3 Razor. Very good player.
Gratitude earns you nothing. Well, well. Well, well.
Hey guys. DHJ is gonna come back high as fuck. Yeah. Not a good Razor game at all. But he's got Max on his team, so easy game. I've got some chicken tenders and mushrooms. Pretty basic dinner, but most I can make in 10 minutes. Dude, I heckin' love mushrooms. Just with some salt, pepper, and some garlic. Oh, man. Maybe some butter. No sauce. Just salt, pepper, and garlic. You heckin' love mushrooms, but your wife hates the sight of them? I mean, does she really hate them so much you can't eat them? Like that you can't eat them? That seems a bit extreme. I understand if she doesn't want to eat them. I'm not here to be a armchair psychologist, but that's a little much. I feel like there has to be some line of communication that wasn't had there. He knows it? Hmm. Huh. I find that interesting. I mean, if the fight's not worth fighting, then that's up to you. Yeah, you can definitely just snort them in the bathroom, maybe. Snort some mushrooms. There's plenty of other great food. Fair enough. I don't know if I'd be able to give up mushrooms. I'll be honest with you. I'd be fine if my girlfriend didn't eat mushrooms, but if she told me I wasn't allowed to eat them, I think I would draw the line there, actually. Out of, like, principle. The only thing I would draw the line on is something like sardines or durian, like something that would like stink up the house. But that's like, for me, understandable because that's like unavoidable. Oh man, I feel more energetic after eating something. I gotta be honest with you guys. Why does Max like this hero? Like, what is fun about this? He's like, yeah, I totally love having my hero AFK and having a bear run around. Yeah, Lone Druid. Has anybody else been watching Love is Blind Season 9? The one from Colorado, the most recent one. The season is, something else. I'll give him a roll. Not a reality TV show enjoyer? Yeah, I mean, Kasha and I like to talk about it together. I mean, he's probably going to choose these two guys. I'm going to try to roll with this guy. Oh, he chose the mid laner. Whoa! He chose the mid laner. That's fascinating. I actually have not been taking notes on my game so far today. What was my first game? Oh yeah, 6 carry players in lobby. and I just went mid. Rank 800 captain. Last picked rank 900 mid over a carry to fight with me. Oh, I need to. I'll go jug. Last pick rank 900 mid over a carry. That I would have had to roll against. And they rolled against each other for mid. Interesting. That's by far. And I got to play carry. Wait, that's 37 because I played a game earlier. 36. I rolled with Sergio for carry. And I won. Okay. My reality show drug is Kitchen Nightmares. Interesting. You ever tried Iranian food? I'm almost certain I've had Iranian food. I've tried a lot of Middle Eastern cuisines. There's a decent amount of migrants in the Netherlands, and I'm almost certain there's Iranian ones that have had restaurants here. Been a fan since the pandemic days. Sup, dude? Appreciate that, my man. LD is you think it's a cool concept. I see. I agree to disagree. Does BSJ read YouTube chat once a day? Be funny, actually. I'd say it's at least like 3 times a day. Do I try? No, I can't go Mjolnir against Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, Brian. Uh-huh.
Ooh, my bad. Really close to level 2. I needed that not to crit. Dropping my boots. I'll have spin for the next fight. Getting the creeps, guys. I don't want to miss 3 creeps. Oh my god. Okay. I think that was probably worth not missing the 3 creeps. That was like 3 full creeps of XP. That's like 6 denies.
Kill this, bro. Can you come?
Fucking fudge. This is a big rotation by Queen of Pain. That's a big rotation by Disruptor. What's going on bottom? Okay, we're losing bottom despite this. Okay, that sucks.
Matamos крыл, коп.
Gonna get fucking 5 denies here. Dude, the hate is real. Ah. You fucking kidding me, dude? Dude, like, what is happening here? I'm just allowed to get ran at by a disruptor, I guess. This sucks. Like, this is like psychotic shit, dude. Is he not gonna die? Okay, that sucks. Fucking kidding me? Okay, this sucks. This game is tough. That's fine. I'm gonna come mid after this camp here. We can maybe pressure with club.
Or here, but
Can we pressure mid tower? I think we can actually take it. I'm pretty happy with what happened there. Dude, this small camp not being here fucking sucks. This is like the saddest fucking Marcy did. Okay, well, Terrorblade's like absolute free farm, but I feel like something good has to be coming out of this. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm okay with what's happening this game, you know?
даем, я даем.
Jesus Christ. No fucking way, dude. Nice Sunder on his illusion, I'll give him that. Did we not have that this whole time? I guess we didn't. I don't think he should finish that TB. Dude, these guys are fucking so horny. It's crazy, actually. Nature's Prophet's the same level as me. I feel like I need to be absolutely full HP because they have tiny. Jesus, like, what is this horniness? Like, what is this, dude? Holy shit. Well, he took the facet that did more damage. That's interesting. I actually didn't know if I was gonna get glimpsed there or not. Nice. I was literally hoping they would do that because he was sitting behind me. Nice job, team. You guys on? My Marcy's feeding or what? This guy's actually been dying like all game. It's crazy that like the one hero that has not been ganking me is Leshrac. There's a reason you go stats in these games, because you just need to survive their burst. I don't want to come over. I feel like this game's really hard to win with the way Marcy's playing, but maybe he's like, is he farmed and I don't know it? Like maybe. I feel like he has like 8 deaths. Yeah, 7 deaths. Can we kill this Lush mid?
Killed him.
I have Omni. Oh! I didn't mean to do that.
Fine, bro, it's okay.
Pretty
Tutor,
funny,
bro.
actually. I really did not mean to do that.
Play tutor, guys. I'm coming, Cave.
I have Manta.
I'm scout. Kite them. Oh my.
Not gonna lie to you guys, I did not expect to die with children on. Boink. I wasn't trying to kill TB.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy a blink. Like, these guys have been, like, ultra horny for me all game. He's literally jumped back in to die. I thought he was gonna TP for sure.
Yeah, it's Storm. So good target. Very good.
I thought you could Manta spin out of Static Storm. This guy's fucking crazy.
And scout.
I don't have
and
TP, guys. I don't have TP.
Smoke, insta, chase. Flash you, smoke, go kill TP.
Oh, that guy's fucking dead, huh? Nice. We can do Tormentor if you guys come. Need to watch out for Lesh, like, trying to assassinate me. Okay, he's can't call him.
Next time, bro, pick normal hero and win my lane. Not lose bot, not lose top. Okay?
I mean, the reason we lost... Is he saying that we lost top ourselves, or is he saying... 'cause-
Yeah, bro, yeah, good pick patch. Go stay lane, West TB.
Let's try to focus on what we're doing right now, guys. I'd like to do Torm if we can.
think.
They're looking for me. I mean, like, we knew they were there. Nice.
Look at our blade, guys.
Okay, disruptor too good. Not bad. For some reason, I didn't factor in disruptor. Pretty unexcusable. Okay. My bad. Could have just left. I hate illusion heroes when you can't check them on the map. I mean, this Marcy's the one, like, kind of ruining the game, to be honest. I don't know if it's, like, salvageable, what he's doing. The guy has 11 deaths. And it's not like his deaths are, like, meaningful. They're just like that, you know? I'm trying to farm my eggs, guys.
Feed the tree.
Oof. Really bad if Co-op dies. Holy fuck. Oh, that's really bad. Nah, we can try. I have Ags. Maybe that's a lane of Rax. Yeah, I'm waiting co-op. Nice. Okay, that worked out. Almost butterfly. How does my Marcy not have BKB yet, actually? Can you buy back? I almost have butterfly, guys. If I can get it before fight, it's really good. I'm trying to wait for butter, guys. I'll come if I have. I'm almost butter in 25, guys. Almost. We can wait. It's huge. You BKB'd after the Sunder. Can somebody control Pudge? Thank you. He actually BKB'd after the Sunder. If he had done that before the Sunder, we might have been able to win. Yeah, I don't think we can overcome what that Marcy did here. I think it's just insurmountable. I had one or two big mistakes, and I guess I can just focus on those. The overcommitment on TB into the Disruptor ulti was my biggest mistake, I think. Hard game, though. Big mistake there. Needed the presence of mind to not pursue. But I didn't, so... Damn. Tough game. I think if he had BKB'd there, we might have actually been able to win, because we would have killed TB. Is it really impossible to play Jug into TB? You can't, like... Okay. You can't look at this game, watch the Marcy die to Terrorblade 5 times in the laning phase, and then die randomly on the map 6 times by himself, and then say, is Jug just really impossible into TV? Like, guys, I can't just have you black and white the game like this. Please. Please. I beg you. Stop doing shit like that. There's 10 heroes in this game. There's a lot of shit going on in the game. Come on. You're better than that. Omni seems like a broken spell. It's a very strong one. Very strong spell for sure. Very strong spell. Tis a lot of damage. Still a nice try? Yeah, it was a good game. It like sucks that the... I mean, I feel like I had to think really hard that game, which is like a good game, in my opinion. Like if I get to think really hard and try my best. The opponent was like ultra horny early game. Like ultra fucking horny. But a lot of that actually stems from the fact that bottom lane was just free. Like if the fact that they're allowed to just let TB sit there by himself means that they get to roam on me all they want. And they have like 2 really good supports for that. The Disruptor and the Nature's Prophet. There's a Crimson Guard on this Huskar. What do you think about Primal Beast? I was actually thinking about asking the guy on my team from the previous game what he thought, because he's a Primal Beast Grandmaster tier. I feel like there's better heroes. You meant in the other sense there's too many ways to counter it? I think Omni's a really strong spell. Crimson versus Slardar? I mean, I guess he's buying it for the... I mean, as Huskar, you don't really care about Slardar, right? Because you can dispel his ulti twice. With this and this. So I guess you wouldn't really factor in the minus armor too much on Huskar. I think BSJ is looking for a little more nuance in his post-game chat. That is indeed what I'm looking for. Too much black and whiting in the Dota community. Too much. You guys just couldn't win. Your draft is terrible. That matchup is just impossible. There's just a whole lot of that. Whole lot of that kind of shit. There's like a million things that happen in a Dota game. There's 10 different heroes. There's 10 different human beings. A lot of small things. A lot of micro decisions. We don't need to say, your draft just sucked. This guy was just bad. You know, like, we can talk about the game better than that here, you know? Better than that. If you say something like, that seemed like a really hard game, or that seems like a really hard matchup, or, you know, you can say something like that, where you're like, that seems like a really hard matchup. You know, what do you think, BSJ? Or like... is it as hard as it looks? And I'll be like, that's what she said. But then, you know, we can talk about the matchup. But like, when you guys make like definitive statements, you know. How do you win your lane and games when you have a Pudge 5 and Huskar 4? I would think asking the question, how do you win your lane, is like a bait question, right? It's like, the better question is, what's the best way to respond when you have a Pudge 5? And generally speaking, I think the best way is to pick a carry that can't really be ganked. Like, you're more survivable, and you'll have, like, decent early jungling potential. You know, rather than asking questions like, how do I win this lane? Because the goal isn't to win the lane. The goal is to do your best given the circumstances that you have. So once again, the idea of winning or losing the lane is incredibly black and white. It's like, no, I want you to think, what's the best thing you can do in this lane? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying? How do you win as a side laner if the enemy mid is running rampant? I mean, if the enemy mid is running rampant, it depends a lot on the hero they're playing, right? Because if it's like a Huskar, you try to avoid him at all costs. If it's like a Quap, that's a little bit more difficult, but, you know, you can look to save TP outs, you know? Really depends. Sometimes you might have to like try to gank the carry and then force the mid to TP and then back away. That's like one action. That's like one option. We can start by hydrating. You're absolutely right. Cheers to you, Effie Wolverine. How do you achieve game plan A in conditions where my team doesn't want to play game plan A? I like that question. Like, what I'm trying to do, because I know I can't force lessons upon you guys, but what I need my viewers to try to do is to just ask yourself if you're black and whiting a question, you know? Like, are you asking in a way of like, there's a million different answers? Or there's like 2 answers? I'll offer him the roll. And then roll. See what he does. 100? I don't know, man. I got a fucking 100. I like his question. Do you have that binded? That's fucking funny, dude. Oh, I get last pick. Holy shit. It's like Ursa or it's a bat and jug. I think I go anti-mage. Okay, fine, I'll go Ursa. Oh, it would have been such a sick anti-mage pick, bro. God, that would have been such a good anti-mage pick. Fuck. I should have followed through. It's fine. Why did you want anti-mage? Because it is really good against Abaddon as well, because even if he stays alive, you just burn his mana, right? I like anti-mage into Abaddon a lot more than I like Ursa. Yeah, definitely should have trusted my gut there. I think anti-mage is far better against Abaddon than Ursa is. And you also have a way to deal with Quap Dagger, which is pretty huge as well. I think against heroes like Pudge Quap, it's actually really nice to play a carry with built-in mobility. I should have fucking picked anti-mage. It's fine though. Can't do it now. I think it was objectively the better pick. Before I saw the storm. Okay, we got a high MMR game. I need to take note of what happened in this roll. I'm also gonna add this guy. I'm trying to add carry players who are friendly. Part of my experiments as well. The fact that I'm ranked 1200 and he's ranked, or 1300 and he's ranked 500 and he rolled with me is like pretty sick actually. Can't take that shit for granted. I feel like they're like smoke top, that's why I'm here. Oh. Yeah. You guys think they took this rune top? Oh, come on. How do you get that deny? Dude. Oof, dude. A rough one. Yeah, I gotta clean this up, boys. Yeah, this Pudge is having some serious issues, huh? Dude, fuck off, my range group. I feel like I need to actually go Fizz. I'm gonna go Fizz. Pop's so fucking annoying for this hero. Like, this problem wouldn't be happening if I was anti-mage. I guess Pudge is just done. Fucking I did. Let Jakiro get that solo XP. I don't think this overpower does anything, but fine. Raid alert. Excalibur with the 169. Nice, dude. 169 is one of my favorite numbers because first off, it has the word number 69 in it, and secondly, it's a square number. You know, it's a 13 squared. But yes, I'm a fucking dweeb, but like definitely one of my favorite numbers, so that's an insanely nice amount of viewers you got there. Try to pull small. Dude, my bottom lane lost, by the way. Like, they literally don't have a pudge. Imagine if I was anti-major, guys. Like, all these fights that are happening, like, around me, I'd just be blinking on them. Man, I wish I had treads. Okay, so he sees me here or what? Actually, Storm could be here, right? Okay. Never mind, Storm's bottom. Jacob has left the game. That's sad. I added you, Jakiro. I just wanted to say I appreciate that you rolled with me.
Okay, it's okay. Roll is sacred.
Nice, man. I like it. Roll is sacred, he says. Yeah, can you send that 69 clip to Jenkins, but just labeled as like fucking Pog play again? Can you do that? Can you do that again? Did you get him with that last time? Why is it not ending? You already named it? Nice, nice, nice. Still losable. I can make it happen. Uh-oh. I missed a lot of CS this game. Yeah. Dude, don't hit me, man. Apparently his electricity went off. That sucks. Maybe it's because the Pudge never left. Is that why? You're saying because he DC but not left? Or he left but didn't... He DC but he didn't leave is why the game's still going?
No!
Oh, yeah. Forgot about... Oh. Oh, the Juggernaut didn't leave. That's a good title there, Qualwoods. Good title. Okay. Why is BSJ always finding these one-sided games? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. This week's kind of been back and forth in terms of winning and losing. Been a lot of back and forth. Oh, that was Dendi on Quap. I see. That was actually Dendi? It's not actually Dendi, is it? Oh, it is Dendi. Nice. He's been on the rank grind then. He was not rank 1300 a while back. He's past me. He's ahead of me by like 5 MMR or something. Has he just been like winning a shit ton? Because last time I saw him, he was like 9.8 or something, or like 10.2 or something like this. Yeah, he was, ranked 2.7k. That sounds about right. Last time I checked Denny's stream, he was not anywhere close to my rank, so he must be fucking winning like crazy. Support is shit at this level, he says. Yeah, most supports don't know what they're doing, for sure. That was part of what helped me climb out of 10k as well, was to play support. I need to rank 500 rolled with me, and I won. He willingly played sup and said sup and said rolls are sacred. Roll is sacred. That was pretty funny. Imagine caring about MMR in 2025. I've got a question. Do you think it's cool to make fun of what people care about? Is that like a cool thing too? Just need to grind to 5k MMR. See you soon. I have no job. See you soon. Oh, need to grind 5k MMR. So you're already like 5 or 6k. There's inherently some bias in this experiment because a lot of people know who you are. I would argue that that bias goes both ways because there's plenty of people in the past who have not liked me very much. So I don't really think there's inherently bias, personally. If life is empty, everything is weird. I personally don't think knowing who I am actually helps me get cooperation. If they know who I am in the sense that, okay, I have a history of like trying to work with them, like they didn't mind playing with me, then that's different. Like that just means like what that means is that if you're a good teammate, like if that's the bias, then that shows what the experiment's trying to prove, or at least not trying to prove, what the experiment could prove. And if you're saying that they wouldn't grief me because of my clout, I don't really think I have like enough clout to not get griefed. You know what I mean? Do you remember the I'm picking Treant if you first picked carry phase? Yes, I do. That was quite a different era for sure. Pretty sure Dendy still gets griefed and sniped. I mean, Dendy has a lot more clout than I do, doesn't he? I think clout almost gets you sniped more, like people like to troll you. What happened? Somebody DC'd because of apparently a power outage. FE Wolverine. I should have picked Anti-Mage, guys. Your YouTube's videos have helped a lot of people out. If you're in my game, I'd be like, sure, man, roll for carry. Thanks for the YouTube content. I mean, basically what you're saying is that if people believe that you are, if they like you, then they will roll with you, which is exactly what I'm trying to show. Or not, I don't even say what I'm trying to show. That's like kind of the point though, right? Is that people argue the community is toxic. So if people aren't working with you, and then your argument is like they'll work with you because you've done good things for the community, then like you're literally saying that they will only work with you if they like you. You know what I mean? Anti-mage versus Ursa against a Batten in lane, which is better? I think with Quap 4, I'd rather have anti-mage every time. But I'd say anti-mage in general is a weaker laner than Ursa. Just depends on the matchup. Snafu, the thing about your message is that I could easily say, a girl ghosted me, all girls are bitches. Your message is, this one guy called me a retard because I suggested an item. Thus, the entire community is toxic. Like, do you see the correlation between what you're saying and what I'm saying? Like, you can't just give an anecdote about one person and then say, yeah, the community is just toxic. Like, do you guys see the danger of that kind of rhetoric? Do you guys see the danger there? It's so dangerous to talk like that. Like, let me give you one example of one toxic person in this group. We must hate that group. That includes, like, an entire community, right? I don't mean that to be an absolute statement. Snafu, man, stop it. I gotta call you out, man. You literally said, I don't mean that to be an absolute statement. In your statement, you said, the community is toxic. It is what it is. I don't mean that as an absolute statement, they say. Like, come on, bro. Like, just own up to it and be like, oh, I see how that comes across. I didn't mean it that way. You know what I mean? Like, dude. No offense, but I'm going to say something offensive. Hey, BSJ, out of curiosity, have you read any psychological literature in your preparation for dojo classes and content? I wouldn't say I've read specifically psychological literature. Like, I respect that you weren't trying to be, I respect that you weren't trying to speak in absolutes, but you literally spoke in absolutes. So, it's like, you know, how else am I supposed to interpret what you said? What is the first pick Trian thing? I used to try to fight fire with fire, and if somebody first picked carry, I'd pick Trian because he has the highest base damage in the game, and then I would take their farm. Not my proudest era. Don't recommend it. I mean, the thing about the experiment was I was actually trying to see if doing things differently would work. Like, now I say I'm trying to prove something because I'm, you know, in my head it's bad. I'm like creating a narrative. But in reality, when I started the experiment, I wanted to play more carry and I was really frustrated and I wanted to see if this would give me more carry games. And I wanted to see if carry players are as toxic as I thought they were. And so far, the experiment points to that a very small percentage of carry players will first pick. Like, a very small percentage of them. But even this week, I had it happen 3 times out of 6 games, and I was incredibly distraught about it. And I had to, like, literally reflect and figure out what I wanted to do about it, because It is an incredibly unpleasant experience for people to do that and talk to you like they're better than you and shit like that. It's like an incredibly unpleasant experience. Dota players are more reasonable than I had previously thought. You should give people a shot. Is pretty tame and won't need to sweat bias. Yeah, nice. I agree. I agree. I'm glad I have. I like the way you worded that there. That is the conclusion I was trying to. I mean, that's the conclusion that I can easily take so far, and I haven't completed the study. How to win a game where enemy is split pushing with lone druid bear, forcing team to chase the bear nonstop. I mean, the problem with these type of questions, man, is there's like 9 other heroes in the game. I don't know what hero you are. I don't know what items you built. I don't know what heroes you have. I don't know what happened in the first 40 minutes leading up to the lone druid split pushing you. Like, there's so many. Like, it's such like a convoluted question with little to no context. So it's really hard to answer. How has your perspective changed from that era to the now one? How has your perspective changed? I'm gonna put on a pub. I'm gonna be done for the day. I'm gonna be getting off in maybe like 10 minutes. I have a meeting at 7, so I could, you know, it would feel time constraint to play another one. How has my perspective changed since I was Quelling Blade treanting people? A tough question to answer. I guess the most generalized but true answer that I can give is that I tried to stop thinking of people as right and wrong, and I tried to start thinking of people as what do we all want out of this situation? And how can we reach an agreement that benefits both parties? And I feel like the second that you stop thinking people are right or wrong, it allows you to come up with a lot healthier solutions to problems. If that makes sense. You just got here? What's up, man? I mean, my explanation, I don't remember exactly what I said my explanation was for, like, I don't remember verbatim what I said. But for me to do the Treant Protector thing, I have to think he's wrong and I'm right. Like, I have to think that this person's a piece of shit and that he deserves it. Like, that's the only way that you can validate that type of behavior. And I don't think that way anymore. By the way, BSJ, if you're ever considering writing a book about Dota, the PMA journey and the dojo phase, your thoughts, reflections, I'd be the first to read and buy it. Nice. I'll keep that in mind, man. Dr. K did tell me I should write a book. He thinks it's something that a lot of creators should do because he said worst case scenario, you effectively journaled. Like if it ends up being like a shit book, but it, you know, you still wrote all your thoughts down. That was one thing Dr. K told me at some point was that I should write a book. I honestly should, because the worst case scenario is I journaled everything. BSJ, do you meditate? I do yoga. I wouldn't say I meditate. But I do see a lot of value in things that ground you, and I probably, in theory, should meditate, and hopefully one day I do. Trying to determine who's right or wrong when choosing video game characters is already a lost cause. I mean, when you put it that way. When you put it like that. This guy doesn't look like he's very good at Kez. Is there a time to think black and white about anything, in your opinion? My gut reaction would be no, but then that would be black and white. I guess my question is there a situation you have in mind that you think thinking black and white serves you? That'd be the question, right? This Jacob guy was in my last game. But I love gambling, Jimbo. Gambling is one of my favorite pastimes. I think gambling can be done in a very healthy way. I think the majority of gambling is not done in a healthy way, and I think the advertising for gambling has gotten out of control, but that's like a different argument. You need to get that sorted? No, I don't. I don't think you know me as well as I know myself. Does the current meta feel stale to you, BSJ? A little bit. I think we could use a patch. It doesn't, like on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like insanely stale, it's like a 7. You know. You support gambling? I think gambling is something that can be done in a healthy manner. Like, it depends on what you mean by supporting gambling, right? Because that, in my opinion, that's also black and whiting the idea of gambling. For me, I think the idea of saying gambling is evil or gambling is good is not like a beneficial topic to talk about. Like, if you want to talk about like the nuance of gambling, it's that, you know, for instance, if I play blackjack and I play according to house rules, like, or according to the book, the house edge is approximately 0.6%. So that means that every time I play $10 hand, on average, I'm going to lose 6 cents, right? So that means if I were to play 1,000 hands of blackjack, according to the book, I would lose $60. So then you think, how many hours of gambling do I get for $60 for 1,000 blackjack hands? Well, I would say it takes at least like 30 seconds to a minute, depending on how many people are at the table, right? So if there's, say it takes 30 seconds, so then I get 120 hands an hour, right? That's like pretty generous. I'd say it's usually less than that. So that's 8 hours of entertainment for $60. And then it's like, well, then what's so bad about gambling if I find that to be fun? You know what I mean? But like, if you're asking me, do I support the media throwing gambling in your face? No, that's like a completely different topic. Like, do I think that if I'm watching sports or I'm watching Dota games, that I should be staring at betting odds on my screen and that I should be constantly tempted to bet, and I can be encouraged and shown it in a way that's like, it's really fun and profitable, come win money. It's like, well, no, like, you can argue it's fun, but you can't argue it's like profitable. Like, there's literally a house edge, you're gonna lose. So it's like, you know, if you're asking me, do I like support advertisement of gambling, it's like, no, it's just like, I don't think cigarettes should be advertised, you know, like, it's the same thing. There's a Veritasium video titled, "Would you take this bet? I think it gives you a better outlook on gambling, chance / risk taking, and outcome biases." I do like Veritasium. Maybe I'll watch that sometime. What do you think people think about when you talk about gambling online / on stream? I think the majority of people demonize gambling because they see the harms that it can cause, and they will view it incredibly negatively for gambling to be talked about. But I do my best to try to not promote or enable or to anything like that type of discussion on my channel. Like, you're allowed to talk like that, but, you know, if you ask me what I think, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna, like, avoid the subject because people get really triggered about it. I'm not just gonna say, gambling's fine, shut the fuck up. Like, that's, you know, I'm not gonna do that either. But... So you frame things as though I personally find it fun or how much enjoyment as long as it doesn't do physical harm. I mean, I'm giving you, like... If gambling wasn't so addicting, would it be that bad? It's like, no, it would be a cheap hobby. But it becomes a problem when it's thrown in your face all the time and people, you know, expect to win. Like, they go into it with some sort of, like, delusion of sorts. And they expect to win, and then they lose, and then they chase their losses by, like, tripling down on their bets and stuff. You know, like... And then you're losing money you can't afford to lose. But it's like, in theory, if people were responsible when they gambled, there's nothing wrong with gambling. It's the same as if you're responsible when you drink. There's nothing really that bad about drinking. It's like, sure, you could argue that it has, you know, negative health effects, but, like, none of them are going to kill you if you're a casual drinker once a week, you know? But it's like... So it's like, I'm not going to demonize alcohol just because there's alcoholics. Like, I'm not going to demonize gambling just because, you know, there's people whose lives have been ruined by gambling. Like, it's not that I don't feel sorry for them, but it's like, you can't just demonize the entire thing. Slot machines are predatory? Slot machines are very predatory, yeah. Having good faith discussions with Twitch chats is incredibly difficult. Yeah, but the thing is, I want people in my chat that are not going to immediately judge and demonize me if I say something that strikes them the wrong way. Because if something strikes you the wrong way, it's almost always because you're projecting something from some past person, past experience, and, you know... The best thing I could ever ask for is that you just say, you know, BSJ, it kind of bothers me that you said you don't like gambling, or that you like gambling. Like, do you mind elaborating? Rather than, like, you know, anything else. But, like, I don't want to worry about people who do that, you know? And I also don't necessarily want to ban them either. Like, I don't think, like, banning them necessarily helps either. I mean, if they're being, like, really, really rude... then banning, I think, is fine, but... So guns don't kill people, people kill people. The thing about me gambling is I can't do anything to you when I gamble. Like, it's not even in the same ballpark as guns. Like, my gambling has literally no effect on my neighbor. But if me owning a bunch of guns, that affects my neighbor, for sure. So I draw a huge line in the sand about those two things. Like, I draw a huge line in the sand about those things. It's like, in my opinion, like, two very different topics. Like, astronomically different topics. They ask you about wine and gambling, say, in them is great sin and benefit for people, but their sin is greater than their benefit. That's an interesting quote from the Quran. That sounds cool. All gamblers are alcoholics. I don't really like alcohol that much, and I'm a gambler, so another black and white. It's tough. Would you say the same thing with fentanyl? I don't really know a lot about fentanyl, but I'm under the impression that fentanyl is, like, insanely dangerous. But I'm not educated about fentanyl, so I don't want to... I don't have, like, an educated opinion on fentanyl. All BSJ are secret alcoholics that don't gamble. They just don't know yet. Exactly. Do many people ask you about behind-the-scenes stuff in the Dota community and talent scene, like try and get you to spill the tea, or are most people respectful and keep the boundaries? I mean, what's there really to spill? Like, I mean, I don't feel like most people try to ease... Like, they don't try to be too nosy, I think. I mean, the problem with gambling is when it's advertised as profitable. Like, if they said, hey, like, imagine a gambling advertisement. Hey, blackjack's a lot of fun. It has a 0.7% edge if you win or if you play by the book. And if you don't know what you're doing, it'll likely have a 5 to 10% edge. So that means you'll lose $70 an hour, but you'll have a great time. Like, if they said that to you in the ad, then nobody would fuck, like, 95% of people who gamble wouldn't gamble. But, like, the problem is like, you know, when you show, like, a cigarette commercial of somebody looking really fucking cool while they're smoking a cigarette, it's like, you know, then the problem isn't about cigarettes, it's the fact that they're advertised the way they are. Like, people are literally baited into this shit. Like, it's, you know, we can talk about advertising versus the actual thing itself. Like, I don't think it should be legal to advertise gambling because... Not because I demonize gambling, but because, like, it... For someone who's, like, uneducated in gambling, meaning, like, they are naive or, susceptible to being told, you know, misinformation, then, like, you can just prey on them and ruin their lives that way. But, yeah. Gambling is a great social hobby. I don't like online gambling. Like, I personally like gambling because it's social. Like, if you've ever been at, like, a fun craps table with people who are, like, having a blast, like, gambling is so fun. But, like, when you're just sitting there watching the slot spin and you're sitting there, you know, watching the digital cards flip over, even, like, the live dealers, but you're doing it from home, it's kind of, like, dead inside, you know? It's, like, it's not the same, for sure. Not the same. But gambling's a very social activity. Yeah, I mean, I guess all I'm trying to say is that, you know, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Is it the social aspect or the win aspect you have in mind when you go into one of those sessions? I think it's fun gambling to know that I could win. I think that's fun. And you do win. Sometimes, like, you can go in thinking it'll be awesome if I win today. But it's just like Dota, where if I can have fun losing the game, then I think I'm in a better headspace. And it's like, I can have fun gambling even if I lose. Obviously, it really sucks if you walk in with like $200 playing $10 a hand and you just like lose in the first 30 minutes. Like, that really fucking sucks for sure. But that's like pretty rare. But that sucks just because I only got to gamble for like 30 minutes. You know? Like, that sucks. You watch the Kezu vids he's been putting out? I've watched some of his videos, but not consistently. I don't know, it's just at the core, this mindset is more of an individualistic. As long as I'm having fun, what's the harm? I mean, then we're getting into the whole, like, where do we draw the line in freedom, I guess you could say. Because it is a nuanced discussion of, like, where do you draw the line of what decisions people should be allowed to make on their own. And, you know, like, my question is gambling without the advertisement online as bad as it used to be? Like, you know, did gambling used to be this bad? You know, I know historically there's always been, like, gambling, but I don't think my approach is individualistic. Like, I wouldn't label my approach individualistic, because I'm not saying as long as you're having, like, I'm having fun, so it's fine. What I'm trying to tell you is that I don't think it's fair of you to demonize what I like doing because you have a negative affiliation with it. Like, you can just say, I don't like gambling. I don't think it's good for people. And I can say, I understand that. There's a lot of harms in gambling. You know? But, like, me gambling doesn't affect you. At least I don't see it as affecting you. Any word on the Herald review with Jenkins? I've already told Jenkins like 4 times that if he asks me like a day or 2 ahead of time, I'll do it. Like, he already knows this. Jenkins already knows. But I'm sure he'll ask me 10 minutes beforehand, because that's what Jenkins does. Imagine a world where commercials were based on accurate and transparent things. But the thing is, like, I personally, like, love alcohol in the sense that, like, a good cocktail is, like, amazing. Like, I love a good cocktail. And I like to have, like, a nice cocktail once every week or 2. And I love that. Like, I love having a nice cocktail. Like, for me, you know, I love cocktails. Maybe you don't affect other people, but I see people beat their wife when they return losing from gambling. So should we be talking about what drove them to go gambling in the first place, or should we be talking about gambling? Like, at that point, like, I guess all I'm trying to say is I understand that's like a very horrid situation and that's not pleasant, but I feel like that's could literally be applied to anything. It's really hard to talk about it that way, I guess. I mean, my last thought is like, what do you guys want from me here, I guess? I think the best question is, what do you want from me here? Do you want me to, like, change my mind about gambling? Do you want me to stop talking about it? Like, when you tell me these stories, like, I acknowledge that there are horrible things in the world that happen when people gamble and they go out of control and they hurt people. And it's terrible. Like, it absolutely sucks. But, like, what do you want from telling me this, you know? To change my mind? Oh, I see. Well, that's not going to happen, right? Like, I've thought a lot about this one. So, like, I'm aware of what happens in the world. I think it's odd, I guess, because I think when people hear me say stuff like this, that they assume I don't know what, like, goes on. Like, they assume I'm, like, unaware of all these bad things that happen. You know, like, I just like to go gamble. And, like, you know... I want you to make me a cocktail. What would you make? I actually have never really made a cocktail, to be honest. I've never really had the setup. But my favorite cocktail is Amaretto Sours. That's my favorite one. These combos used to happen first in philosophy classrooms or guided by some experienced hand. I'm finding it harder and harder to engage these combos in such a loose fashion. What's hard about engaging the conversation? I'm curious. Like, when you say it's hard to engage the conversation, I don't think anybody here is being unreasonable. I do think it's not really a philosophical conversation if somebody's trying to change each other's mind. Because philosophy is more meant to be, like, just a discussion rather than a debate. Because I'm not trying to, like, debate people here. In Islam, gambling is forbidden, but you do you. I'm not trying to tell it to stop, but it's forbidden for a reason in Islam. I mean, obviously, like, I'm not a very... I don't want to say obviously. I'm not a very religious person, so... For me, I've never really... identified with the idea of organized religion. I don't bash people who do. I just don't... It doesn't resonate with me. Like, the benefits I do see of religion is the community that people get from it. But for me, the rest of religion doesn't really resonate with me at all. Someone gambling can be very much affect others. They lose all their money, the society has to pay for it. I mean, like, in that argument, literally anything I do can affect you. Should we not be allowed to use plastic because I can throw it on the ground? Like, when we use these type of arguments, it's like... Should I not be allowed to have a car because I'm making you breathe gasoline? Like, where do you draw the fucking line? Like, with these arguments, it's like, where do you draw the line? I think we all want to feel safe. We all want to feel... like society's looking out for us. We all want to feel like the rules that are in place benefit the greater good. I think we all want these things. But, for instance, like, I think sex and gambling are things that are, like sex more so, but I still think gambling as well, are things that humans love doing. And by, like, forbidding them, like, if your approach to sex is, like, abstinence, let's not talk about it, like, that doesn't help. Like, I don't think if you make gambling, like, illegal, that it's gonna stop people from doing it. Like, it's literally the opposite. People create, like, underground gambling with organized crime. Like, that's what happens. So, like, my argument is, these things are going to exist, whether you like it or forbid it or not. And you can either, in my opinion, have the choice to try to stop people from doing it, or you can use the approach of educating them in a way where they can then choose for themselves. Because, like, I think the only thing that directly affects other people is things that... like, literally, you can, like, a gun. Like, that's what directly affects me. Like, if you have a gun and you don't like me, you can just kill me if you want to. But it's like, if you have a gambling problem and you don't like me, like, it's like maybe you then go into a bout of rage because you lost money and then you take it out on me, perhaps. But then we're getting to, like, okay, there's so much nuance to this conversation. I find it interesting, though. Like, there's literally, like, then we shouldn't have relationships because people have literally murdered their husbands or murdered their wives because their wife cheated on them or something. It's like, then we shouldn't have relationships either because people get really upset and kill people over that. It's like, the line is really fucking hard to draw with this, you know? No, because plastic doesn't have the same scale as gambling. Gambling, you literally can lose your whole life in 1 week, and people do that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of things you can do that ruin your life in a week. Like, people's lives, like, end in, like, seconds. Like, drug overdoses, car crashes. Like, when people are in, like, a heightened emotional state, they will do shit that will, like, end their lives, you know? Like, oh shit! The Slardar! This is cool. Quakefa. Pretty funny. What I'm arguing is that banning gambling makes it worse. It's just like the prohibition. Like, it made it worse. Like, is it some secret that... I don't know. I don't know if I'm, like, allowed to talk about this stuff. Like, I was told by people from, like, Saudi Arabia, like, literally people who live there, that, like, gambling and alcohol is forbidden there, so people just go over the border. I don't remember which country it was. They just go to the border of a different country and go gamble and drink there. Like, the response isn't not to do it. The response is just go somewhere else. Bahrain, yeah, they just go somewhere else. Like, but banning guns is better. Like, the thing about guns, for me, is that in a split second, you can ruin somebody's life. Like, literally a split second. That's the problem I have with guns. Like, if I carry a gun around with me, and I lose my shit for literally 4 seconds, I can kill somebody. Like, for me, that's the line I draw. Like, for me, that's... Like, I don't feel safe with you around me having a gun. Like, for me, that doesn't... I don't feel safe around you if you have a gun. But, like, are you telling me you feel unsafe around me because I tell you I like to gamble? Maybe that's true. Like, maybe I'm... Like, maybe... Like, if that makes you feel unsafe, like, that's tough. Like, I don't actually know what to do with that. So the danger aspect is the most important thing for you to determine whether something should be prohibited or not. I think it is arguable that every example we are using is with something that people like for a reason, but there's also potential harm. We're talking about, like, drugs, gambling, sex, drugs, or guns. We're talking about things that people can get addicted to. They like these things, but they also have potential for harm, right? And my argument is that none of these things should be strictly outlawed. Like, none of them should just be banned. But there needs to be, like, an appropriate amount of balance between what's the benefit of guns. Like, for me, the benefit of guns is if you have a trusted government that will oversee the country, that they can keep society in line. But then in that regard, I don't even think they need guns. Like, there's, like, people, like, police officers in the Netherlands don't carry guns. Like, there's countries that don't need guns. So you can even make the argument that that's not needed. But, like, there's no just get rid of them or let everyone have them. Like, this shouldn't, like, in the example of gambling, it's like, I don't think pervasive advertisement of gambling across all social medias, platforms, this is not good. Like, this is not good to have gambling slammed in your face all the time. Like, I think that that hurts people. I think that that is, like, not for the greater good of society. But I think there's a lot of fun that can be had from gambling, drinking. There's a lot of stuff that can be fun from these things. and that people want to have fun in their lives. So if they don't get it, they're gonna go do it somewhere else. Like that's what they're gonna do. So it's like, you know, there's just a balance in here somewhere, and I just like. I feel like nothing ever happens if the discussion is, I hate guns, I love guns, I want all my guns, I don't give a shit about you. And they're like, well, fuck your guns. It's like, can we just like talk about it? Like in the fucking middle, you know? Like, why am I having to defend that I like gambling? You know, like, you know, if you want to talk about how society treats gambling, sure, like we can talk about it, but like, it's just hard. I do have a meeting though. So I do have to go. Monkeys Forever in my chat. Sup, monkeys? Sup, dude? We were just getting done talking about gambling, sex, drugs, all this fun stuff that us Dota players have all the time. Sex as well. Lot of sex having here. Yes, the good stuff. The sex. But, yeah. Thank you for watching, guys. I had fun. I like thought-provoking conversations, so thank you for engaging me. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, monkeys. You have a good day as well, sir. And, many sexes to everybody. Yeah.